5G 5th generation technology promises faster download speeds and conveniences that most of us have never dreamed.
Hey everybody, what's happening? Good to see you. Let me just get that off and get this off so we're ready for a show. And I am David Snedeker. That's who I am. Yeah. How you doing? How's my hair doing? I'm having a bad hair day, my friends, but all is well. Things could be worse. We could be under tyrannical law. But thank God we're not. Already. Yeah, so maybe we are. So, I came on earlier. We're a little bit low. We're only at 500. So I noticed that I wasn't getting chat on several of the rooms early on. So I don't know what's going on there. But do we have all the rooms represented here? Carolyn, you're having a Zoom Christmas party. You all are invited. Awesome. Why don't you, that's a great idea, Carolyn. Why don't you send me the info, send Barbara and Christy the info, and we can, put that out to the Snedheads. Good to see everybody. I am glad to be with you on this Tuesday night. I hope you had a great day. I came to you a little earlier just because I wanted to kind of take the piss out of what I knew that Biden was going to do, and that involves obviously more and more tyranny, and literally getting the test for your home and getting you vaccinated, and really threatening those who are not, and saying you're going to be able to have a great Christmas for those that are vaccinated, only those that are vaccinated. So folks, if you're not jabbed, then you're not going to have a great Christmas. I'm sorry. That's just the way our leader of the free world says it's going to be. And so, like good little boys and girls, I guess we've got to listen to him. So he's like a miserable uncle that just gets drunk and wants to ruin everything for everybody, right? And hey Rainbow, how you doing? Good to see you. Merry Christmas. And hello everybody. Hello John and Di from Pennsylvania. Good to see you all. Hello from Baltimore. We're going to do the Round the World thing again tonight, folks. We're going to light up the U.S. tree. Thanks for all your orders. For those of you who have interest in ordering those hats that were sold out last night, Rob got some more in today. So those are available. The We the People, Snedheads on the right side, American flag patch on the left. It's a great hat. I don't even have mine here, but it's I'll show it to you on the site. But we'll do that again. It'll be quicker. We'll get in and out quicker. But that was a lot of fun last night. So if you weren't here last night, we'll do that a little bit later. Cheers, everybody. Happy Tuesday. Having a little a Purium shake here. A meal replacement Purium shake. Okay, so what a day. This is the last show before Christmas for us, unless something major happens tomorrow. And, if something major happens tomorrow, then, I'll figure it out. But, like today I came on briefly and we had a good time watching Biden and making fun of him. And, normally I would have more respect. I got a little nose thing going on today from those breathe rights, because my nose has been broken so many times. I have trouble breathing out of it. So sometimes I'll put that on to sleep. But then it just tears the skin off. It's crazy. So that's what's going on there. I'd love to say, I got elbowed playing football. But I haven't been playing as much football this season, so I've only played once, I think. Yeah. Dave, I think that portrait of you would look good on a T-shirt. Oh, that's fun. That's a cool idea, Lens. Rosanna. Good idea. Maybe we'll do that. I'll talk to Rob about that. Do you guys think it would be good? We'll get some feedback on that. Maybe that would be the head sned. That would be the sned head. Thank you, Deb. Thank you, Deb. You're very sweet. We got Sarah Huckabee Sanders as our next governor. That's very exciting there in Arkansas. That's very exciting. The Aquaphor will work really well to heal your nose. Sarah, I don't know what that is, Aquaphor. You can send me something on it if you'd like. DaveSned@gmail. Yes, good T-shirt. Yes. Thank you, Azara. We love your face. Yes, thank you. Awesome. I got to tell you, it's the best part of me. It's the best. It's the best part of me. Yeah. Dave Hart T-shirt. Oh, that's not a bad idea too. Yeah. Okay. Finally found me, Kathy. You've been having problems, huh? Dave Hart picture on the shirt. Okay, that could be a lot of fun, actually. That could be a lot of fun. Okay, so Dave Hart, yeah, we got the Dave Hart requests. Let's see. Kevin, Dave, Trump will release his new platform tomorrow. Starlinks will be big and crypto is pumping because of Trump's statement right now. Trump does a better job than Elon's pumps. Interesting. A Dave shirt long sleeve. Okay. If you can put the breathe right strip on your nose, then you can put it on the T-shirt. Okay. I don't know what that means. Okay. All right, folks, let's get into it. I've got it tonight. I tell you, is just one hell of a show we got put together for you. Maybe we're going to have fewer people tonight with the holidays upon us. I know a lot of people have got stuff going on for the holidays. But if you're coming in, if you're new, please let us know. We'd love to say hi. Some great people here, some great awake people. Let me see. Anna Romano. This is a great question, Anna. It's one that I had early on. Hey, Dave, why are there so many coins in 7K with the Queen on them? Okay. So the goal with 7K is that they're making sure that every coin that they're making is an actual currency, right? With some country, right? And so many countries that are making currency are under the crown, and so the Queen is on their currency, right? And so that's the reason why. And obviously we can't do the U.S. mint, we can't do U.S. coins. So that's why they do that. That's the only reason. I'm not a fan of that either, but it also does increase the value of these coins because they're money, and the Queen, even though we don't like the Queen, that just makes it more valuable, especially now that she's dead. I'm sorry, when she dies. At any rate, let's see. Let's see. Yeah, any newbies in the house? Christina, very cool. Yeah, it's good stuff. I had 2 coins arrive today. One was George Washington, and the other was the brown. What was it? The brown pelican of Louisiana, state animal. So that was really cool. Both of them, really beautiful coins. So yeah, so some of the coins have the queen on them. Not all of them, but some of them do. And I know they are looking for other places like Tanzania. I don't think has the queen on it. The Tanzanian mint that they do. So very cool. Natura V Guy. This afternoon was my first time listening. Well, welcome, man. Welcome to the show. My name is Dave, and this is the Indoctrination, where we expose the indoctrination and how they've, used the indoctrination across all platforms to enslave humanity. And every step we take is a step towards freedom and a step away from tyranny. And I think you kind of got a vibe for that. But what I was going to say earlier about Biden is I don't think that I wouldn't normally be so disrespectful, I think, of the president, the office of the president. But when you're stepping in to my home and my living room and you're going to try to enforce these things, this actual tyranny, I'm gonna figuratively take you out. Like I'm gonna demean you. I'm not a violent man, so I'm not going to do any violence towards the president of the United States, certainly. Just like I wouldn't have on January 6th, and I didn't on January 6th, nor did most of the people that are still behind bars on January 6th in D.C. So at any rate, the gloves are off from a standpoint of holding back or anything. This man, I believe, is not Joe Biden. I'll give you an example. Here's Joe Biden right here. Let me play this for you. Let me get this off of here. Let me play this. I didn't plan on doing this, but I'm going to do it.
About to really take away all your rights, and you're not going to be able to defend yourself. We're going to swoop down with special forces folks and gather up every gun in America.
I know the sound was very low on that, but that's
whether you own a.
This is the real Joe Biden. It's not the one we've been looking at, right? We know that to be true, and we don't know who it is. We don't know what it looks like, but there's no way they're the same person. And we've, one has an earlobe attached, the other doesn't. So we go there. And certainly. It's speculation. Maybe he had some plastic surgery done, whatever. But it's so in your face, over the top, tyrannical that he's waking people up. And thank God for him. Really, thank God for Joe Biden right now, for ruining our economy, for ruining our days and our nights, our holidays, for forcing vaccinations, forcing medical tyranny, opening up the borders, allowing, paid for abortions from taxpayer money, allowing the abortion pill to go to you in the mail when you can't even get ivermectin or hydroxychloroquine, looking to hire more IRS agents, increasing our spending, trying to pass this bill that would dump us directly into socialism. There are so many wonderful things that Joe Biden is doing. And what I mean by that is that with every insane move he makes, a lack of moves that he makes, or the insane move by, bringing the military out of Afghanistan before the expats, and the civilians, 13 people dead. Not warning us about the side effects of these jabs. every insane thing that he does, folks, just think about how many are waking up. Wake up. Wake up. Okay? Wake up to Creepy Joe, man. Right? There's no, I mean, sniffing the kids and it's just, oh my God. He is literally the poster child for a Donald Trump election. Think about it. Or anybody. He's literally the poster child for anybody winning the election. Okay? So he is waking people up. And so I'm grateful for that. And I'm grateful for this place that Q has said we're at the precipice, because only then will people participate, will people engage, will people fight back, push back. And that's all because people can't be told, they must be shown, right? They must be shown. So that's been clear for all of us that have tried to have conversations with our family, with our friends, and trying to say, come on, don't take the jab. Don't take the jab. Okay? So listen, I'm going to, we got a big show today, so I'm going to get into it. I'm going to skip a monologue, but I will actually read you a monologue I received today from Betsy, and I will. It's pretty powerful, and it's important I read it. And then we're going to jump right into Cappy, Isaac Cappy, which is the reason for Take It Away Tuesday, 12/21 Take It Away. And we are here at 12/21, and the summer solstice, and also the summer solstice on the satanic calendar tomorrow. And so the reason I mention that is because we always want to be wary of false flags that are presented to us and orchestrated on satanic holidays, especially ones that are double numbers. Okay, 22 is tomorrow. Okay, so just keep an eye out for that. Yeah, Pedo Joe, not the president. Absolutely, John. Absolutely. It's just it's the show. Let me throw this out there. Throw this guy out there to wake up as many people as possible. And so at any rate, yeah. So I rarely, sometimes I'll drop the V word, Suzanne. But you know what? I've been dropping it like crazy. And it's probably best not to drop it in the chat, because I do know that they scan those things. But YouTube has not kicked me off, and this is the first time I've been on a YouTube channel without being kicked off in a long time. So YouTubers, YouTube employees, if you're watching this, thank you for not kicking me off. I've been kicked off 9 times, 3 different channels, and this is the 4th channel. And I'm happy to be broadcasting to YouTube. But folks, if I get kicked off YouTube, we're on Twitch, DLive, Rumble. We're on Rumble Live now. You can check us out there. Twitter and Facebook under Paul Michaels. So on the show notes, you can find my Linktree link, which will take you to all. Let me just show you the show notes, my friends, which is, as you know, you go to the INdoctriNATION.com. I'm sorry, I went to shop there. We'll go there a little bit later, just for fun. INdoctriNATION.com, and go to the show notes right here. Okay. And do we have the show notes up yet? We're still working on getting them up on the day of, but normally you can find these after the show here. But also the mods will drop them in the show notes. By the way, mods, our mod squad, thank you so much for all that you do. We would not have this community in the way we have it without you. So I'm very grateful to you all. And let let's get into. Let me show you the show notes. If you do the link tree, that'll take you to this. I'm over 18, and then you got Facebook, Twitter, YouTube, Twitch. You can email me here. You can donate here to this Truthcast. You can find me on Twitter here. The Sned swag will take you to the gear. Snedcast, this is my podcast. I drop one of those once in a while. If you want to just take a hike, take a walk with me, that's pretty cool. I've got about 5 of those down. And then Rumble. Here's the live Rumble. So you can find us on all those through the show notes. So if you want to share this show with anybody, you can also use this link tree, which is in the show notes. So wanted to share that with you. Now, if you're new here, we do a process called checking our coats. We imagine we're coming into the Sned shed here, beautiful, warm theater. I got the heat on. I'm in my short sleeves. You're coming in out of the cold, and you got this big, heavy winter coat on. We just imagine that all the indoctrination, preconceived notions, unconscious biases are in that coat. And you're just going to take that coat off and check your coat at the coat check, grab your claim ticket, come on in. It's safe there. You're not going to need it for the next couple hours. You're not going to have to make any major decisions. And you don't want to wear a big bulky coat anyway, especially when it gets in the way of us communicating and having a conversation about some of the things that are happening. Grab a drink, grab your favorite snack, your favorite food, your favorite person, your favorite pet, your favorite you. Cheers, everybody. Come on in. Let's download some intel and some insight. And when I say intel, I don't have any secret sources. So if you're looking for secret sources, this ain't the place. I don't have any connection with Q. So if you're looking for that, this ain't the place. But the reason I don't is because most of that is bullshit out there. And it's a way of people without confidence in what they can present to you, use as a gimmick to get you in the door and keep you in the door. So beware of that, my friends. And here we go. Show contributors today: Scott Harley, Brenda Kung, Jim Rice, Mary M, Jen Davis, Trumpet 17, Sue Ross Broadhead, Beth Hill, Michelle English, James Yingling, and Dixie. And thank you all for your contributions to the show. Thank you all throughout the year for the contributions. Let me get to this right here, and let me come to you. And this is something, and this is going to be. Let's see. Let's see. Okay. Bear with me. Where is that piece that I was looking for earlier? Here we go. So what was your take on the speech today? Just kind of an eye-opener as to what's really going on, because that's the way I feel about it. Like, just in terms of, it's just so over the top that we can't contain ourselves in terms of the nonsense that they're pushing upon us, right? Oh, there it is. Okay. All right. Yeah, Betsy, I was looking for that thing you sent me earlier. Thank you for that. I haven't had a chance to talk with you about it. All right, my friends, check this out. So this is, people ask me, how did I know when COVID hit? How did I know that this was a genocidal move by the cabal? Because I knew it ahead of time, because I'd seen it before. I've done a lot of research, and one of the things I've researched is the people that are a part of the cabal in the sense of the leaders of the free world, the ambassadors, the presidents, the prime ministers, etc. Right? And I know what secret societies they came from, and what those secret societies are all about. The Bilderbergs, the Council of Rome, the 13 Families, the Skull and Bones, the Fabian Socialists, the Rockefeller Agenda, the Rockefeller takeover, the Federal Reserve, the Jekyll Island. So all these secret societies, all these people get together and they talk about how Sun Up, thank you. Yeah, I made it. We made it funny. We made it funny because it was so stupid, today's talk. But here's an example of just one man who is a part of these organizations. Okay. And I'm going to tell you, I'm going to read his quote in his book to you now. Jacques Attali, an elite advisor to Francois Mitterrand, former president of France, said this in 1981 and published it in his book, Brief History of the Future, which was published in 2006. Okay. In the future, it will be a question of finding a way to reduce the population. We will start with the old man, because once he is over 60 to 65 years old, man lives longer than he produces, and it costs society dearly. Then the weak, and then the useless, who do not contribute anything to society, because there will be more and more, and especially finally, the stupid. Euthanasia directed at these groups. Euthanasia must be an essential instrument of our future societies in all cases. Of course, we will not be able to execute people or organize camps, even though they are. We're seeing it in China, Australia, here in the U.S., but hasn't engaged yet. We will get rid of them by making them believe that is for their own good. Too large a population, and for the most part unnecessary, is sometimes economically too expensive. Socially, it is also much better for the human machine to stop abruptly rather than gradually deteriorate. We won't be able to pass excuse me. We won't be able to pass intelligence tests on millions and millions of people you can imagine. We will find something or cause it, a pandemic that targets certain people, a real economic crisis or not, a virus that will affect the old or the elderly. It does not matter. The weak and the fearful will succumb. The stupid will believe it and ask to be treated. We will have taken care of having planned the treatment, a treatment that will be the solution. The selection of idiots will therefore be done by itself. They will go to the slaughterhouse alone. This again, Jacques Attali, an elite advisor to Francois Mitterrand, former president of France. This is what they talk about in the Bilderbergs, in these secret societies, okay? This is what they talk about, all right? And it's genocide. It's genocide. Thank you for that, Betsy. So let's get to, and then we'll get back to the jab here in a minute, but let's get to Cappy, because it is 12:21, and Cappy said 12:21, take it away, and Cappy was also exposing the elite pedophiles in Hollywood. And so let me take you there and get out of the way here, and I'm going to get everything out of the way. Here we go. So you can, because the subtitles.
NYT ain't got nothing for me. I roll it up to smoke a little weed. Don't talk about RBG, yeah. Oh, they we know that everything you do is a lie, guys. Why are you such fucking liars? Don Lemon is a bitch and you all know it. Don Lemon is a best friends with Jussie Smollett. This guy's just to grab your heartstrings. They're hoax perpetrators. Oh yes, they're hoax perpetrators. Fake news, fake hate, crimes, and culture. Taking some bucks from it. What a bitch with an Adam's apple. Hey, hey. They ain't got nothing for me. The NYT is bullshit. CNN, MSM, all of it. Motherfucker, are you so dumb that you will swallow it? No. Occasional cortex. Wow. I heard you got some dance moves, but your brain ain't got nothing much in it. Bill Maher in your red shoes. Is it suicide weekend for you? No. Oh my God, it's snowing in Calabasas. Bernie is a bitch. Epstein is formerly rich. 1221, take it away. Epstein Island burned away. Well, I used to feel the burn, used to feel the burn, but then I go a little bit of insight and realize that guy was stealing all the cash for houses all over the world. Are you tired of winning? Are you tired of winning yet?
The film you're about to see has no characters, it has no people. It is a film to describe to you and explain visually the effect of cymatic frequencies on texture, structure, water, oil. If you spare a little of your imagination as you watch this film as it runs, you will see many things that answer many questions. You will see living forms, living amoeba, almost animal-like creatures. You will see continents being formed, the Earth itself coming into existence, explosions.
All right, my friends. Sorry, I had to run and take a break, so that's why it jumped to the other thing. But this is so Cappy. Let's go to his last video, and when he says JFK Jr. is going to change the world. But also, this was his. This is for you. I'm not going to play the whole thing, but.
Am I a liar? No, I'm not a liar. Well,
this was his last
does
video.
It have to do, no, it doesn't have to do with Gabe. I will tell you this. Junior is going to change the world.
Interesting.
And he's very, very in touch with the light.
He was saying a lot of things back
then. It's
then.
a shame that I'm going to miss it.
And he kind of...
It's a shame that I'm going to miss it. Because I was so stupid. So stupid.
What's he predicting here? Is he predicting his death? Is he predicting going away? What is he predicting here?
Where am I going? Well,
they said suicide, but we believe he was murdered. He was murdered by two underage, when I say underage, teenagers that we could never find the name of who did it. I'm sorry, not murdered by them, but they supposedly tried to save him. But I think that they were involved in his murder, and we never knew who they were because they were minors. Meanwhile, they could have been gang members. They could have been MS-13. So we don't know. We don't know about what was going down with him. But he's an interesting person, if for no other reason than he was telling us about people in Hollywood that were really, really bad people. And so you can learn more about him by watching those. This, my friends, is a video that I think got him killed. And this was uploaded, I believe, they say it's a dead man switch. I believe it was after he was gone. Some people think, but I think it might have been before. If you guys know, let me know. But this was the video. And it's basically this soundless video of these young girls filling up this, I don't know what it was, but it looked like something that was possibly ceremonial. And the word is that this is somewhere in Istanbul, this place. And so he was pointing us to this. And I don't think it was a place where, young children go and play. And so I think this is the one that maybe did it for him. So at any rate, Cappy, we miss you. We thank you for the work that you were doing. And if you want to learn more about Cappy's mind here, Jen dropped this for us, Isaac Cappy Mind Map. I have that link for you in this show notes as well. And it just talks about some of the people he exposed and how he's connected to some of the things that are happening. Pedophilia and brownstoning. Basically, brownstoning is the CIA's way, the cabal's way, the Mossad's way of getting video of very powerful people with minors, so that they could control them later, right? So that they can control him later. Yeah, I want to believe he's still alive too, Marsh. I do, and I hope he is. And because I think that there's a lot there that he exposed that kind of got the ball rolling on this. And so I'd like to think that anybody that exposed, I hope that Michael Hastings is still alive, although I doubt it. The Rolling Stone reporter, the last good Rolling Stone reporter that they actually had. And then, of course, this is the 1221 that we think that that Cappy was talking about, that ended up happening, executive order on December 20th, 2017. I think whether it was released on the 20th and then, possibly put into the record on the 21st, we don't know, but that's possible. 1221. And that is blocking the property of persons involved in serious human rights abuse or corruption. This was signed by Donald Trump, and so we wonder if this was what he was talking about, because he's talking about child trafficking, pedophilia, and here this is a executive order that Donald Trump signed, and ended up saying basically, if you're involved in these human rights abuse or corruption, we're going to take your property, we're going to take your money, et cetera. And that's why we believe a lot of these things are happening regarding the CEOs resigning, right? Putting their money into charitable trusts. They've always done that, but George Soros putting his money into charitable trusts. We think that's what that's all about. I don't think that will, remain that way, but that's what we think that could be pointing us to, right? So that's Cappy. That's Take It Away Tuesday. I recommend spending some time with Isaac Cappy. He was worth it because of, he wasn't afraid to tell the truth. One of the things that came out afterwards was Tom Hanks's picture of a cap, and it had a P on it. And let me see if I can find that real quick for you. And it was on a road, and Cappy died falling off being pushed, I think, off a bridge on, I think it might have been Route 66, and Tom Hanks, Cappy's death. Let me see. Did Tom Hanks signal the, or not predict it necessarily, but did he signal it? Because he exposed Hanks, he exposed Spielberg as pedos, and Hanks would drop stuff like this, like handkerchiefs, and the one that he dropped with Cappy was a baseball cap with a P on it, and but they're not showing me the one I want to see here. This isn't the one that we wanted to see. Okay, so that's the wrong, I don't know why it's taken me, in his haunting last words, now I am one of them. So we don't know what he did, but we don't know what he did, but he kept saying he was so stupid. Let me see if they're actually showing us this picture. I don't know where the damn picture is. It's basically just of a cap on a road. That's annoying. And by the way, the reason why it's so annoying is because for some reason my DuckDuckGo is going to Yahoo, and I've never done that. I've never used Yahoo search engine. Never will. Let me see if I can get a better solution here from DuckDuckGo. Let's see. No, Silliness in the Storm didn't have it. This doesn't have it. Yeah. When it goes to the Reddit board, it gets kind of crazy. Yeah. So I don't know where it is, but if you guys have that and you want to send it to me, please do so. Here it is. No, well, here's one. Historic Route 66 roadkill. I hope not. Hanks. This was one of them. And then this was a Turkish spa. And then there was another one with a cap and a P on it. So, all right. Sorry I'm not having that available to you. So, let's move on. That's enough time with Cappy, but check him out, my friends. So, Trump is slamming Biden handling of COVID. He was going to quickly get rid of the China virus, and he's not, obviously. So he's just criticizing Biden on that. There's nothing new on that. Two main statements. Jake Sullivan's wife faces growing calls for recusal from Durham probe. We reported on that well over a week ago. that this woman needs to recuse herself because she works for Merrick Garland, and she is Jake Sullivan's wife, and Jake Sullivan is under investigation in the Durham report and will probably be called as a witness. So keep an eye on that. And then the other one, I think, is the one I just showed you. Here we go. Yuma mayor declares emergency in response to
the mayor
border
of Yuma
surge.
is sounding the alarm about an unprecedented surge of migrants flooding their small border town. That's our top story right now at 5. Yuma in a state of emergency.
There has been a 2,600% spike in illegal border crossings since October. David Catabiano has been at the border all day today in Yuma. He is there right now.
How many
David,
people
what
do
are
you
you
think
seeing?
this is waking up?
Hey, Jamie, good evening. We're at Morales Dam right here. This is a popular border crossing area because the border wall literally breaks open at this point, and not too far away, right there is Mexico in the near distance. So people will either go through that way or they'll go through the water to cross into the United States. And some people just within the last 10 to 15 minutes did cross into Yuma, and now they're just waiting to get processed by Border Patrol. Now, tonight, the mayor calling it a humanitarian crisis at the border. The city of Yuma is the next border town to be at the center of the immigration debate, with the mayor issuing a local emergency due to what he calls an unprecedented number of migrants. Well, right now, the authorities have just arrived with vans to help this 20 or so migrants that have been standing outside of the border wall after they crossed into Yuma, Arizona. These people have made a very long journey to get here, a lot from South and Central America. Among the group, men, women, children, even a pregnant woman that's being loaded up right now. It doesn't take long for another group to show up from Mexico. Among them, this family from Haiti with 2 small children in their arms.
I need to work. In my country, there is no job.
The father told us he had no choice but to make the treacherous journey from Haiti through South America and Mexico until he finally made it to Yuma. How difficult was it? How hard was it to get here?
It's not easy. It's very difficult to come here. There is a lot of person dead in the street.
Yuma Mayor Douglas Nichols reports more than 6,000 migrants coming through this area in the past 5 days. Border Patrol also reports the number of migrant encounters have increased by more than 2,600% since October 1st. The amount of people is far outweighing the resources available, according to Mayor Nichols, which is why he issued that emergency proclamation.
So what was happening was people were waiting at the border for extended periods of time and decided to start to traverse into Yuma. And so when that happens, we know that they don't have the resources. We know they don't have a lot of those things that were normally prepared for a trip like that.
For the staff they do have, it's a never-ending mission of bringing migrants like this Haitian family from the border and into processing. One last stop before their new life in America.
Today is a great day for me.
So there you have it. You know, how many people is this waking up that people are just, you know, fed up and lived down there and voted for Biden, and yeah, it's just tragic. But people are waking up. Did Mark Zuckerberg buy the Oval Office for Joe Biden? President Trump shares an article by American Thinker. And that's a must read, because it's just, bottom line is, we know how much money they put in, $419 million, that went through nonprofits, but went to all these organizations, Center for Technology and Civic Life, Election Innovation and Research, and how did they use their funds? They actively lobbied for the universal mail-in voting, right? And that's how your legislators pushed for that through this lobbying. They probably contributed to the rules around voting that were changed in the 9 states and the District of Columbia. And that was huge because 64 million Americans cast their ballots by mail. and that's how they also stole the election. They did it in Wisconsin, primarily in the swing states, right? Michigan, North Carolina, Pennsylvania, Texas, Virginia, Arizona, Georgia, totaling $87.5 million in grants, and Biden won 23 of those jurisdictions. So this is, they were surgically targeted to affect the results of the election, right? And one of the things that President Trump has said, and it makes a lot of sense, is they've spent more time on January 6th. See, the reason for January 6th was so multifolded. One was they had to cut off Donald Trump from social media because he was reaching too many people and he had far too much power. 1,633 beautiful humans in the theater tonight, in the Sned Shed. It's getting crowded in here, my friends, but I love it. I love it. And no masks. And so, you know, he basically, they needed to get him away from communicating directly to us. And so they got him off Twitter, where he was communicating with 80 million plus people every single day, multiple times a day, and calling out all the bullshit. And they had to get the mail-in voting. Hold on one sec. I'm going to let that fly because that's my love calling in for our daughter. So let's continue. So this was about taking Trump out. It was about not allowing the election to be questioned or challenged, really. Not to mail in because it had already happened, but not challenging the mail-ins, not challenging all the things. Because if Congress is focused on that insurrection, which it wasn't, then they're not focused on the actual election itself. It's the mass projection, okay, that keeps people from challenging, you know, the people that are actually committing the crimes. All right. So tragic that we're seeing that level of manipulation, and there are too many stupid people that are buying it. Okay. Michael Goodman, New York Post, that weak Joe Biden no match for Vladimir Putin and other foes. Good one. Folks, the reason why we do this is obviously because President Trump doesn't have, the opportunity to reach us through media, through social, certainly not mainstream media, very rarely, except on Fox and very rarely, but also that he's not reaching us on social media. And if he wants us to look at these things, then we want to look at them, right? Weak Joe Biden, no match for Vladimir Putin and other foes. Okay, obviously we know that. And he's focused on stupid stuff when Russia has amassed 175 troops on the border, 175,000, right? His poll numbers are tanking huge, right? So these things we know. But certainly President Trump is pointing the rest of us to them. And here's a statement. Joe Biden was supposedly elected because he was going to quickly get rid of COVID-19, sometimes referred to as the China virus. How's that working out? Numbers are worse than a year ago before the vaccine. And the other statement, why isn't the Unselect Committee of highly partisan political hacks investigating the cause of the January 6th protests, which is what I was just talking about, which was rigged presidential election of 2020? Does anybody notice that they want to stay as far away from that topic as possible? The numbers don't work for them or even come close. The only thing they can do is not talk about it. Look at what is going on now in Pennsylvania, Arizona, Georgia, Wisconsin, and to a lesser extent, Michigan, where the numbers are horrendously corrupt in Detroit. But the weak Republican rhinos in the Michigan House and Senate don't want to touch the subject. Okay. in many ways, a rhino is worse than a radical left Democrat because you don't know where they are coming from and you have no idea how bad they really are for our country. The good news is there are fewer and fewer rhinos left as we elect strong patriots who love America. I will be having a news conference on January 6th at the Mar-a-Lago to discuss all of these points and more. Until then, remember, the insurrection took place on November 3rd. It was the completely unarmed protest of the rigged election that took place on January 6th. Okay? Yeah. You know, if we really wanted an insurrection of the Capitol, wouldn't you think that people would be armed for that? Okay? And that's why it's so important that we actually do not let up on the January, do not give up for the January 6th prisoners, but also we do not give up the election. And anybody that's not talking about the 2020 election is a rhino or a lefty, and we've got to make sure that they're out. So this is the district court for the Eastern District of Virginia. This is a basically Durham is going after Danchenko, okay, and respectfully moves this honorable court to inquire into a potential conflict of interest involving attorneys Danny Honorato and Stuart Sears Esquire, who represent the defendant Danchenko in the criminal matter before the court. They're going after his lawyers. Honorato and Sears are partners at the law firm Shurtler, Honorato, Mead and Sears. In addition to the representation of the defendant, a separate lawyer at the firm is currently representing the 2016 Hillary for America presidential campaign, the Clinton campaign, as well as multiple former employees of that campaign. In matters before the special counsel, as discussed more fully below, the Clinton campaign financed the opposition research reports, colloquially known as a dossier, that are central to the indictment against the defendant. Accordingly, for the reasons set forth below, the government respectfully requests that the court inquire into the potential conflict issues set forth herein. In support of this motion, the government represents the following: the 5-count indictment, false statements to the FBI, so this is fantastic because they think they're getting away with this by giving him Clinton basically paid for law firm, strong law firm that will defend him. But by Durham calling them out for this is going to allow us to go into the conflict of interest, and this is actually going to work in the favor of Durham and his special counsel. So that's fantastic. I'm very excited about the fact that is happening. Okay. Let's jump to the virus, the jab. So Durham that's huge because just remember, Durham already went after Sussman, who was Clinton's attorneys, right? And so he's already going after them. Now he's going, and he had already gone after Danchenko because of his involvement, and now he's going after Danchenko's lawyers because they also worked for Clinton. Unbelievable. This is interesting. You got to listen to this one.
That's horrible. I mean, that just is such a reflection of the craziness that goes on in society. The only thing that I have ever done throughout these 2 years is to encourage people to practice good public health practices, to get vaccinated.
No, you haven't. They're horrible public health practices, which is why you're such a loser and why you're done so poorly.
To be careful in public settings, to wear a mask. And for that, you have some guy out there saying that people should be giving me a kill shot to ambush me. I mean, what kind of craziness is there in society these days?
You're killing people, Fauci. You're killing people. How you can sit there for a buck and betray your fellow man? What do they got on you, dude? What do they got on you that you're willing to betray humanity? That's exactly what you're doing.
That's awful that he said that. And he's going to go very likely unaccountable. I mean, whatever network he's on is not going to do anything for him. I mean, that's crazy. The guy should be fired on the spot. Well, John, that's horrible. I mean, that just is such a reflection of the craziness.
So, yeah, why not show the actual video of what Waters actually said, the complete quote, not just the one that gets clicks, you know, for context, right? But they're not going to do that, but we are. Okay, so here we go.
You want the left to feel awkward, right? You guys like James O'Keefe? Right. Now, James O'Keefe goes to people's homes and sticks mics in their face and makes them ashamed of themselves because they screwed up. So James O'Keefe makes people awkward, and that's what we want. I'm sick and tired of conservatives always playing defense, right? It's time for us to go on offense. We have to make them play defense. We're always putting out fires. Stop, stop, stop. No, we need to go on offense. And this is how we're going to do that. I'm going to deputize all you guys to be little James O'Keefes, okay? And this is how we're going to get this done. Because you guys are in these college campuses. You guys are spread out all over the country. You guys have politicians flying in, officials flying in. You guys have to take advantage of that. Make a name for yourselves. All right, let's just say Fauci comes to town. All right? Let's pretend this podium's Fauci. It's about the same size. You got to ambush a guy like Fauci, okay? This is how you do these ambushes, like O'Keefe. You got to be respectful, because they'll turn the tables on you and you can't have it blow up in your face. So if you
got to be respectful, right? And he's already talking about ambush like James O'Keefe. He already set up the standard. O'Keefe, you know, never harasses. He just goes up and asks questions and follows them to their car or follows them to their home. Doesn't go on private property. He does not. Okay. Jesse even miscategorized that because James doesn't go on private property. Okay. So he respects private property. He respects space. And so Jesse's calling an ambush, but he says, but you be respectful. Here we go.
see Fauci out and about and you know he's coming to town, this is how you approach, okay? First, you identify yourself. You say, what's your name? What's your name? Edward what? Thompson. What school? What? I don't even know what you just said. My name's Thompson. I'm from da-da-da-da-da. Address, do you mind, Dr. Fauci, if I ask you a few questions? He's going to say no, but you were polite. So if he says, no, 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 not right now, you say, no, 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 we're going to address this right now. That's how you turn the tables and you start it with an aggressive posture. Then you hit him with the first question. The first question can't be a yes or no question because his answer can just be yes or no. You have to elicit. It has to be a how or a why. So what you do with Anthony Fauci is you say, Dr. Fauci, why did you lie? Okay, why did you lie? I love that question. Hit him with, why did you lie when you said that you didn't fund gain-of-function research at the Wuhan lab? Now, Fauci, he did. He funded it. So he's either going to deny it. He can't deny it because he's going to lie again. Or he's just going to speak gibberish. You let him talk. Get it on tape with your iPhone or your buddy's iPhone. I don't have time to get into the technicality of it. But you let him talk, and here's your follow-up. Now, there's a little trick of the trade. Keep a little document in your pocket, all right? This is the grant that funded the research. It's in your pocket. Now, you can print it out. It's on the internet. You know what it is. Or it's a blank sheet of paper. You hold the sheet of paper up for effect. You say, I have the grant right here, Dr. Fauci, and you wave it in his face. You wave that in his face for the camera, for flair. And then you read it to him, right? You say, you summarize. You say, it says right here, 2014, 800 grand. This is your agency. Why do you continue to lie, doctor? And you wave it. Now, that time, I mean, this guy's scrambling at this point. You have the goods. You have the goods. Because he's been able to dodge and weave on the ABC and NBC. No one's ever hit him in the face like this. Not even Rand Paul has been able to get in his face and point with the grant in his face. So then he's in trouble. Now you go in for the kill shot. The kill shot with an ambush, deadly. Because he doesn't see it coming. This is when you say, Dr. Fauci, you funded risky research at a sloppy Chinese lab, the same lab that sprung this pandemic on the world. You know why people don't trust you, don't you? Boom! He is dead. He is dead.
The kill shot is metaphoric and it's used figuratively, and he's dead is mean you killed him. It was like a knockout punch, right? You didn't physically kill Fauci because otherwise he'd be using much different language. So this is how they take a narrative, which is a fantastic narrative I'm going to talk about here a little bit more, and they twist it so that now Fauci's the victim. You see that?
He's done. Now, how you do that? 30 seconds. That's all you need. 30 seconds. Now, you get that footage to us. You get it to Fox. You get it to Human Events. You get it to Breitbart. You get it to Daily Caller. You get it through the Turning Point pipeline. Imagine Tucker Carlson teases out of the A block. Coming up. Brave college student confronts Lord Fauci at dinner. Exclusive footage, right back. Get us that. That's what we want. That changes the whole conversation of the country. I've authorized it. Just make sure it's legal.
And finishing with make sure it's legal, right? Make sure it's legal. Okay, so there's nothing wrong with this. There is something wrong with this when you know that you're a liar and you know people are going to be coming up to you and doing that, and it's going to make you very uncomfortable. But, you know, this is what's so great about this. Now, I have my issues with Fox, as you know, and I tell you, I warn you about them. I say be careful with Fox. You know, they handed Biden the election in a lot of ways, but I guess that was why we needed to do that, right? And so like what Todd just said, I just brought up the drops, right? What happens when people learn the truth? What happens when people wake up? They will not be able to walk down the street, the Great Awakening, without somebody coming up to them and saying, "Hey, what about this? You lied to us. You committed crimes against humanity." Walk down the street, imagine that. Okay? At some point, it will not be safe for them to walk down the street. Pure evil. Okay? How many of them worship the devil? Conspiracy, fake news, the world is watching. They think you are stupid. They think you will follow the stars, meaning Hollywood. They openly call you sheep cattle. There will come a time none of them will be able to walk down the street. Biggest fear, public awakening. Okay? Now, this is the only point it says it will not be safe for them to walk down the street. But Q never talks about violence other than the military having to carry out what the military does. But they will not be able to walk down the street. And this is one of those, from a mainstream media point, this is one of those areas where, you know, listening to Jesse Waters, okay, he's saying, people, go do this. Go do this, because We need to start getting in these people's faces. We need to hold them accountable. And nowhere in what Jesse said is reasons for being fired, reasons for being let go, and enjoy the show, folks, because quite honestly, if Fauci hadn't said anything, I wouldn't have known Waters said that, because I don't watch Jesse Waters. So, and here we go with Dr. Zelenko, who's been one of my favorites since I first showed his video that he sent to President Trump on the HCQ. And I'm not seeing that link. Okay, let me see. I got to get authorization. What's going on? Let me try something here. Yeah, I don't have an on up. Christy, can you, is there any other, there's got to be another place for that video, because I can't access it on on up. We can show that a little bit later. Did you know that the NHL will not go to the Winter Olympics in China? Also that they stopped their games until December 27th as COVID cases surge. These young, strong, powerful men are not going to die from COVID. Can we just say that? Okay? Can we say that these are some of the strongest people on the planet? And they're not going to die from COVID. They've got a better chance of dying from the jab. And they're going to stop the season. It's tragic. I don't care because I don't watch NHL. But, I care for the families. I care for the people who do. I care for all the small businesses that make a living supporting, whether there be Uber drivers in Vegas that are getting you to the game, or the concession, workers. The players aren't going to be affected. They're making millions. It's the small businesses that are affected. Nobody's talking about that. These guys aren't going to get COVID. And you know what? If you put them out there and said, "Hey, you're going to go play, but it's you're responsible for the risk," and you sign this waiver, every single one of them would sign it, and none of them would die. Folks, does anybody think about the fact? Well, not a fact, but does anybody think about where we would be right now if, when COVID first came out, we were going around hugging and kissing each other, not social distancing, not locking ourselves at home, not keeping ourselves out of the sunshine, fresh air, exercise, not shutting the gyms down, not shutting the restaurants down, going out and mingling in bars and restaurants and clubs, kissing, hugging, being right in each other's face. This would be over. This whole thing would be over. Why? Because our immune system would grab it and dispense with it. Would we have lost some people? Sure. Did we lose people to flu? Yeah. Did we lose people to flu last year? No. It was all COVID, right? We lose people to pneumonia, folks. Okay? So it needs to be, we need to be going and hugging and kissing everybody. And by the way, NHL, you're not going to the Winter Olympics because you're concerned about COVID, okay? Fuck you. Fuck your league. Fuck your players. Fuck your management, okay? Fuck you all. Because the reason you shouldn't be going to China has nothing to do with you being afraid for yourselves and your families, because you shouldn't. The reason you shouldn't go to the Olympics is because there are people, human beings, that are being enslaved in the Uyghur concentration camps in China. They're being harvested for their organs. They're being raped. They're being beaten. They're being murdered. and you don't want to go play in the Olympics because you might catch a cold, fuck you. You're pathetic. And so is this administration, and so are all of you who are gaslighting the CCP, that are doing atrocious things to human beings. And the Uyghurs, that's atrocious, but they're doing it to others as well. They're doing it to their own people. Horrible, horrible things. And look what they did to the world by releasing this virus. And we're going to give them the Olympics? People, grow the fuck up. Grow a set, would you? And stand up for something, you pathetic pieces of shit. That's why I can't watch it. I can't watch NBA, can't watch NFL. Certainly not going to watch the fucking NHL because they're not going to go to the Olympics because they might catch a fucking cold. Fuck you. Grow a fucking backbone. Unbelievable. So let me tell you what's going to happen to the people, okay? Here's what's going to happen to the people that are responsible. Let me give you an example of what's going to happen in the international court, okay? Let me pull up, let me see. Which one do I want to pull up first? Okay. Okay, let me take you here. Gauci. Yeah, that's what we ought to call Gates and Fauci, is Gauci. And Daszak, charged with genocide in court filing. This is a Desert Review from the Imperial Valley. I believe here that's in, is that in California? I'm not quite sure, but we're going to show you the substance of this. This is an old picture of the Nuremberg trials, okay? In a stunning 46-page legal filing to the International Criminal Court on December 6th, okay, hold on a second. We have this for you right here, okay? Actually, I don't want it here. I want the actual document, okay? Here we go. This should be it, I believe, okay? But basically, my friends, if you go to the show notes, you can find all of this here. Barbara Russler did a great job on finding this today, and Christy and her and I met on it and pulled it all together. Pharmaceutical giants Gates, Fauci, UK officials accused of crimes against humanity in an international court complaint. So we're showing you here, this is the Rio Times. These are the different news articles that are covering this. This is a UK team, complaint of crimes against humanity with the International Criminal Court, okay? And this was just filed December 6th, okay? And then, so you see it in multiple places, right? And then here's one more right here. Whistleblower activists file complaint with the International Criminal Court alleging Big Pharma, Gates, Fauci, UK officials committed crimes against humanity. Okay. Remember former Vice President Michael Yeadon? We showed you him about 6 months ago. Filed a complaint with the criminal court at The Hague against Prime Minister Boris Johnson, Bill and Melinda Gates, the chief executives of Big Pharma, vaccine manufacturers, Anthony Fauci, Klaus Schwab of the World Economic Forum, who we just showed you yesterday is pushing for the Great Reset, also going to Antarctica, alleging crimes against humanity. Yeadon is a citizen of the UK who's made several whistleblower videos describing the horrific damage that COVID injections are causing and will continue to cause among men, women, and children of all ages who receive them. This is
those things.
Him here.
But I assure you, I'm none of those things.
Okay.
And the reason I'm commenting is because I believe it's not just my life, but more importantly, that of my children and grandchildren that is being stolen from us by a systematic process of fear and control that's going to culminate in, I think, some very horrible times. And I'm desperate to wake you up So when your government lies to you once or twice, we're probably quite used to politicians occasionally telling white lies, and we kind of let them. But when they lie to you about something technical, something that you can check, and
oh, didn't want that to happen there. Sorry about that. I clicked the wrong one off there. Here we go.
the fewer people there were like me. And so eventually I became noteworthy for that bloke that keeps saying things, that scientist that keeps challenging. And then it was quite easy for them to write smear stories about me, call me an anti-vaxxer, suggest I'd lost my mind or gone off the rails because, if you're a viewer, you don't have to listen to me if I'm any of those things. But I assure you I'm none of those things. And the reason I'm commenting is because I believe it's not just my life, but more importantly, that of my children and grandchildren that is being stolen from us by a systematic process of fear and control that's going to culminate in, I think, some very horrible times. And I'm desperate to wake you up. So when your government lies to you once or twice, we're probably quite used to politicians occasionally.
Also, I want to mention that unlike other big pharma collaborators such as Malone and such as Robert Malone, Yeadon hasn't pulled any punches. Malone and McCullough have even said that some of the elderly populations receive limited protections from the jabs. Yeadon is saying it's nothing short of than a global holocaust. And he's also coming after Fauci and Klaus Schwab, as I mentioned, and Tedros, the WHO, and Chief Executive of Medicines and Healthcare Products, June Rain, Dr. Rajiv Shah, President of the Rockefeller Foundation, Dr. Peter Daszak, President of Echo Health Alliance. They're the ones that actually got the gain of function research money from Fauci to the tune of $7.6 million, I believe it was.
Telling white lies, and we kind of let them. But when they lie to you about something technical, something that you can check, and they do so repeatedly over months, and they do it over many, many elements of the same event, please, you've got to believe me. They're not telling the truth. And if they're not telling the truth, that means there's something else afoot. And I'm here today to tell you that there is something very, very bad happening. And if you don't pay attention, you will soon lose any chance to do anything about it. And don't say you weren't warned, because I've been warning people as long as I can and as hard as I can, that you can still, right now, take your normal society back. You can take it back tomorrow. You don't need masks, they don't work. Forget lockdowns, they never slowed transmission, which took place mostly in institutions like hospitals and care homes. You don't need to be vaccinated by inadequately tested and somewhat dangerous gene-based spike protein inducing proteins, and you don't need to do what you're told by corrupt scientists who are apparently advising our government. If you don't do that in the next few weeks, it will be over. I believe if we get to a point of a so-called vaccine passport, I think you will have lost the chance to take it back and you will regret it. Government policy from the beginning, before even the virus arrived in our country, has turned decades of understanding of how to protect people from infectious diseases on its head. So we've never used lockdown before, and the good reason for that is it's not effective. I've just explained that you need to be symptomatic in order to be infectious. So what we do is we quarantine the sick. We've always done that. We've quarantined the sick because that's how you avoid infecting the wider population. So the idea of quarantining the well, this so-called lockdown, is a new invention, and it has no foundations whatsoever, either in science or in the history of controlling epidemics.
I also want to say something to that effect too, and I don't want you to diminish this at all. This factor of this piece of the puzzle. Because with the level that they're forcing the jabs, it's easy to look at the tyranny and how bad this thing is. But just think about this. they've convinced us to take a test for something we're not even showing symptoms of. Okay? And no matter how this goes down, they're going to use that. That's going to be a common thing. If the next thing that's out, before you go to a big party, you got to test before you go, even though you're not showing symptoms. The testing without asymptomatic testing is a huge, huge violation of our Fourth Amendment right. It's a huge violation of our constitutional right. Huge. And we can't forget how big that is, even though all this other tyranny is so huge. Because that's the new norm now. You know, that you got to test before you go into a crowd of people, you know, even though you're not showing any symptoms. Folks, Yeadon is fantastic. I want you to dig in a little bit more, but I want to move on from this and get to... but I want to talk about the teeth of this, okay? Look at how it's covered around the world, okay? It's getting some press. And it's also, let me go back to Alex Boria from Pfizer is mentioned in this. Stephanie Bencel, AstraZeneca CEO. Soriot, Moderna CEO, Gorski, Johnson & Johnson CEO, okay? Boris Johnson, the UK Prime Minister. Whitty, UK Chief Medical Advisor. Hancock, former UK Secretary of State for Health and Social Care. Javid, current UK Secretary of State for Health and Social Care, okay? And then the others I mentioned before, all right? This is legit. Okay, now this is Schwab introducing Xi with praising his vision of a new world order. In 2021, he said, Mr. President Xi Jinping, I believe this is the best time to reset our policies and to work jointly for a peaceful and prosperous world. We all welcome now His Excellency Xi Jinping, President of the People's Republic of China. Right? This is something that we absolutely must call out, because this man, the CCP, whether or not Xi is a white hat or not, we don't know, right? But the CCP is absolutely presently harming, enslaving humanity, okay? And Schwab, we just showed you last night, his letter to I forget what was that letter to? Was it Denmark? And he said, we need you for the Great Reset, okay? So this takes you to all the documentation you need. And one of them is, that I'm trying to find, is the criminal complaint, which is 46 pages. And they say, subject of the complaint, and this is in The Hague, International Criminal Court, Office of the Prosecutor, violations of the Nuremberg Code, violation of the Rome Statute, Article 6, Rome Statute, Article 7, 8, and 8 bis 3 of the Rome Statute. We charge those responsible for numerous violations of the Nuremberg Code, crimes against humanity, war crimes, and crimes of aggression in the UK, but not limited to individuals in these countries, okay? And it mentions all the people they're going after. Applicants are Hannah Rose. She's the lawyer. We've already reached out to her for an interview. Dr. Mike Yeadon, qualified life science researcher with a degree in biochemistry and toxicology and a research-based PhD in respiratory pharmacology. Former vice president, chief scientist of allergy and respiratory research at Pfizer. This is the guy that we should be listening to. The guy that said no to the golden parachute at Pfizer, to not have to worry about his health care the rest of his life and getting his pension Okay, he said no to all that. These are the people we should be listening to. Piers Corbin, astrophysicist and activist. Mark Sexton, retired police officer. John O'Looney, funeral director and activist. John McStay, activist. Louise Showboat, nurse and human rights activist. Okay. Hannah Rose is the lawyer. And you can email her at Hotmail, Hannah Roses 111 at Hotmail, if you want to just say, hey, thanks for what you're doing. Let's not inundate her, but certainly we'd like to support those that are doing great work. And this is all centered around the coronavirus, and it breaks down why these are crimes against humanity. Okay? The COVID-19 vaccines do not meet the requirements to be categorized as vaccines, and are, in fact, gene therapy. We already know that. We've reported on that multiple times. The Merriam-Webster Dictionary quietly changed the definition of the term vaccine to include components of the COVID-19 mRNA injection. The definition of the vaccine was specifically changed due to the COVID-19 injection on February 5th, 2021. Dr. Mike Eden, joint applicant on this request, asserts that claims calling the injections a vaccine is public manipulation and misrepresentation of clinical treatment. Thank you. Thank you. We've been screaming from the mountaintops. I'm literally at a mountaintop, folks. I'm 1,200 feet up, just outside of LA, literally screaming from the mountaintops. It's not a vaccine. We shouldn't even have to use the word in this broadcast, Truthcast. It is a DNA interfering and changing technology. It is a public manipulation and misrepresentation of clinical treatment. It's a lie. It's not prohibiting infection. It's not a prohibiting transmission device. It's a means by which your body is conscripted to make the toxin. Then, allegedly, your body somehow gets used to dealing with it. But unlike a vaccine, which is to trigger the immune response, this is to trigger the creation of the toxin. You wonder why people are getting it that are jabbed? mRNA uses the cell's machinery to synthesize proteins that are supposed to resemble the spike protein of the virus, which is what it uses to enter cells via the ACE2 receptor. These proteins are then identified by the immune system, which builds antibodies against them. The real concern is that these proteins could accumulate in the body, especially in regions of high concentration of ACE2 receptors, such as the gonads. I said sterilization from word go. The actual jabs that children are getting, having nothing to do with COVID, are about that as well. HPV, sterilization. This is a eugenics model, folks. This is using medical tyranny, medical fear, to get you to make decisions that are not good for you. If the immune system then attacks the location where they accumulate, then you could be dealing with an autoimmune condition. Okay? That's just one point. Okay, that's the fifth point. It talks about the vaccine trials are ongoing and do not conclude until late 2022. Let me get back to that document. The jabs are an innovative medical treatment, which have only received temporary authorization. Okay. The long-term effects and safety are unknown. PCR tests, a review of Oxford Center for Evidence-Based Medicine, found that the standard PCR test is so sensitive that it can detect old infections by picking up fragments of dead viral cells. So these guys that are getting these negative tests or testing positive for COVID, can't play hockey, but it's from a cold they had a week ago or 2 weeks ago. Originally developed to detect the presence of DNA and RNA in biological samples, even its Nobel Prize-winning inventor, Kary Mullis, who was killed, declared that PCR was never intended to diagnose a disease. It simply detects the presence of specific genetic material which may or may not indicate infection. As Dr. Kary Mullis put it, the PCR technique can find almost anything in anybody. The PCR test uses amplification cycles to find viral RNA. The sample is repeatedly chemically amplified to increase the RNA copies until they can be detected. Each cycle of amplification doubles the number of molecules in a sample. If you run through enough cycles, you can effectively find a single molecule of any substance. Public Health England policy confirms that the cycle threshold should be set around 25.6, and if the machine must run more than 25 to 35 cycles to get the sample to the test limit of detection, there isn't enough virus in the sample to matter clinically. And this is the threshold line here. And this is why you're getting so many false positives, right? And they're going to lock you up. They're going to lock you away. They're not going to let you see your family members if you test positive, and there's multiple positive false positives. And that's what New York and that's what some of these places are making these draconian decisions based on these false positives. COVID is a biological weapon, gain-of-function research. We know that. The NIH in the USA has admitted to funding the gain-of-function research. Angus Daglish and Norwegian scientist Birger Sorensen published a report in a quarterly review of biophysics and claimed that the coronavirus's spike protein contains sequences that appear to be artificially inserted. Artificially inserted. They claim they have prima facie evidence of retro-engineering in China for a year, but were ignored by academics and major journals. Daglish is a professor. By the way, Christy, can you put that, the Barrington Accord, is that in here? And if not, could you switch it over to this, please? Thank you all. Christy Nance Taylor, our producer. Thank you. Daglish is a professor of oncology at St. George's University, London, and is best known for his breakthrough creating the first working HIV vaccine to treat diagnosed patients and allow them to go off medication for months. And they weren't listening to this guy. They were discrediting this guy. They discovered unique fingerprints in the virus that they say could only have arisen from manipulation in a laboratory, because they got COVID samples in an attempt to create the vaccine. They said they tried to publish their findings but were rejected by major scientific journals, which were at the time resolute that the virus jumped naturally from bats or other animals to humans. Even when former MI6 chief Sir Richard Dearlove spoke out publicly, saying the scientist theory should be investigated, the idea was dismissed as fake news. Projection much? These systems, the journals, the universities, the hospitals, the ivy-covered walls will crumble. And we must be the ones that expose all of that which brings down these false idols of health. Graphene hydroxide, about the chemist that found the graphene hydroxide in there, okay? Andreas Noack was on live stream. We showed you him. He was arrested on camera by armed German police on 26 November, just hours after publishing his latest video about graphene oxide and graphene hydroxide. He was attacked and murdered. We showed you the chilling and horrifying witness that his pregnant fiancée gave about his death and about how he was trying to warn the world. We request a full investigation be done into the inclusion of graphene hydroxide in the COVID-19 vaccines and into the assassination of Dr. Andreas Nowak. Inflated COVID figures. Okay? Unbelievable. So this is very, very damning, my friends. I don't want to get into it fully. We'll play with it some more, but this is unbelievable. The hydroxychloroquine and the ivermectin, the keeping that from us, and some of the other things that are helpful. Okay, it's 46 pages, folks. If you're gonna read anything from 2021, please read this. We have it there for you. It's in the show notes. Please take advantage of our show notes and share the hell out of this. Dave, please be careful. I am not suicidal. I am not suicidal. I am not suicidal. I would never take my own life or harm myself or my family. But we have to stand up to this bullshit, folks. We've got to stand up to this. It brings up Gates. It brings up the Johns Hopkins. Unbelievable. The censorship of Twitter, YouTube, Facebook. Every time I've been kicked off, it's because of medical misinformation, because I'm warning people about this. Event 201. Big tech companies. Dr. Robert Malone, the inventor of the RNA vaccines, has been deplatformed on all social media for speaking out against the COVID injections. He was the guy who invented them. Some academic journals are blocking the publication of studies showing the evidences of the effectiveness of drugs such as ivermectin and hydroxychloroquine. Smear campaigns are being waged against any doctors and scientists who challenge the WHO narrative on COVID-19 and COVID-19 vaccines. 1,784 beautiful humans listening to this, hearing this truth, hearing this absolute lawsuit in the International Criminal Court. Parallels to 1930s Germany. Several survivors of the German Holocaust drawing stark parallels. We showed you one here between COVID restrictions and the beginning of the Holocaust. An open letter sent to the European Medical Agency, EMA, the Medicines and Healthcare Products Regulatory Agency, UK, the Australian Health Regulation Agency, Therapeutic Goods Administration, Australia, MedSafe, New Zealand, and the Federation of Medical Regulatory Authorities, Canada, Appendix 50 states. We, the survivors of the atrocities committed against humanity during the Second World War, feel bound to follow our conscience. Another Holocaust of greater magnitude is taking place before our eyes. We call upon you to stop this ungodly medical experiment on humankind immediately. It is a medical experiment to which the Nuremberg Code must be applied. Rabbi Hillel, Handler, Hagar, Shafrir, Soren, Shapira, Masha Oral, Maury Crispin, et al. During an interview with Rainer Fulmick, Holocaust survivor Vera Sharav draws on her experience during Nazi Germany to form her perspective on what is happening in the world today. During the interview, she goes on to say, under the Nazi regime, moral norms were systematically obliterated. The medical profession and institutions were radically transformed. Academic science, the military industry, and clinical medicine were tightly interwoven as they are now. The Nazi system destroyed a social conscience in the name of public health. Violations against individuals and classes of human beings were institutionalized. Eugenics-driven public health policies replaced the physician's focus on the good of the individual. German medical profession and institutions were perverted. Coercive public health policies violated individual civil and human rights. Criminal methods were used to enforce policy. Nazi propaganda. Not true at all. What's not true at all? Vincent, I was seeing that. Was that directed to me? This is criminal methods were used to enforce policy. Nazi propaganda used fear of infectious epidemics to demonize Jews as spreaders of disease, as a menace to public health. Fear and propaganda were the psychological weapons for Nazis used to impose a genocidal regime, and today some are beginning to understand why the German people didn't rise up. Fear kept them from doing the right thing. Medical mandates are a major step backwards towards a fascist dictatorship and genocide. This is somebody from the past warning us about the future. What the letter is about, Vincent, not true at all. This happened in Germany. This happened in 30s Germany. This is absolutely fucking true. This is from a survivor of that time. This is how they separated the Jews from the rest of the population. They used medical tyranny to do so. Now, if you've got some other view on this, this isn't false. This is somebody that was there that was saying exactly what was going down. Now, who was to blame? The cabal was to blame for that going down. But not true at all. This is absolutely spot on. Fear and propaganda. I've studied Goebbels. I've studied the propaganda. I've studied, Edward Bernays and his influence on Goebbels, and Freud's influence in this whole situation. They were the psychological weapons the Nazis used to impose a genocidal regime, and today some are beginning to understand why the German people didn't rise up. Fear kept them from doing the right thing. Medical mandates are a major step forward. The stark lesson of the Holocaust is that whenever doctors join forces with government and deviate from their personal, professional, clinical commitment to do no harm to the individual, medicine can then be perverted from a healing humanitarian profession to a murderous apparatus. What sets the Holocaust apart from all other mass genocides is the pivotal role played by the medical establishment. This was a medical genocide, okay? Every step of the murderous process was endorsed by the academic, professional, medical establishment. Medical doctors and prestigious medical societies and institutions lent the veneer of legitimacy to infanticize mass murder of civilians. T4 was the first industrialized medical murder project in history. The first victims were disabled German infants and children under 3. The next victims were the mentally ill, followed by the elderly in nursing homes. The murderous operations were methodical and followed protocol very, very carefully. And thus the Nuremberg Code, okay? And the Rome Statute that the ICC will draw from, okay? Defines 3 primary sources of international law: international treaties, international custom, and general principles of law recognized by civilized nations. There is no hierarchy among them. They're all equal. According to the statute, subsidiary means for determining the rules of law are judicial decisions and academic writings. So this, my friends, has some teeth. We've seen that there have been some arrests that have happened. There have been some that have been acquitted, okay? But at least in the public court of law, and you can see more in the Rome Statute as well, but in a public court of law, in terms of you and I seeing it, we're already aware that these people are guilty of these things. But this is going to bring it even more to the forefront, and could actually end up with some actual convictions. So very significant. We're going to look more and more into this, and we're going to make sure that we follow it. And you have a lot of these resources there at your disposal. I ask you to please use the show notes as best you can. You can say you got them from us or not. I don't care, but just get this information out there. Say you got them from us would be the right thing, because a lot of work goes into this, but I don't care what you do. Just get this information out there, please. So, okay. This is the Great Barrington Declaration. This is emails showed. I'm not going to that yet, but emails showed, okay, that Fauci, the head of NIH, worked to discredit 3 experts who penned the Great Barrington Declaration, which called for an end to lockdowns. Okay, so the Great Barrington Declaration is these doctors and these scientists who came up and said, we got almost 900,000 signatures, okay, all across the world. These infectious disease epidemiologists and public health scientists, we have grave concerns about the damaging physical and mental health impacts of the prevailing COVID-19 policies, and recommend an approach we call focused protection. Okay, very significant, and yet emails reveal that there was a huge takedown of these people by Fauci and former NIH director Francis Collins, who's no longer there. So they're trying to discredit these people, just like we saw those other doctors being discredited that are highly credible. Okay, so this is significant. So we have proof that they're actually trying to discredit these people in a way that is just unfathomable. Okay, and then there's a second source on this story from OAN as well, and how they colluded to smear the anti-lockdown scientists. You know, it's unbelievable. So thank you, Christy, for throwing that in there. And do we have another? Oh yeah, we got Zelenko on Rumble. So let's check out Zelenko on Rumble, my friends. Zelenko, we've showed him quite a bit.
Yeah, hi, this is Dr. Zelenko, and I'm requesting of my followers a call to action. The government now is desperate. The tyrants know that their end is coming. They've dug in, and they're going to go now full totalitarian tyranny, trying to suppress voices like myself. And so, first of all, I'm not suicidal. Second of all, I'm doing much better. My health is fine. So if I die or disappear or has nothing to do with any of that, and you know what the source of it, it's a assassination attempt on the truth by the suppression of my voice and voices like me. And so if you look at the article attached to this video, you'll see that there's going to be an attempt to sanction doctors like myself, take away our licenses, vilify, and so on. My request from fellow physicians and my request from anyone who's listening is to go in the exact opposite direction. Rise up. This is a civil war for freedom, hopefully in a nonviolent way. We need civil disobedience. We need to say no to the demented puppet in the White House and to all this tyrannical lies from people like Fauci and the NIH and the CDC, FDA, all these organizations that are nothing more than prostitutes and whorehouses. And so it's time to rise up now if you want your children to live free. If you want your children to have an opportunity to thrive with God consciousness, it is now time to rise up and sacrifice, because the freedom of our children is dependent on what we do right now. I'm not advocating for violence. I'm advocating for civil disobedience. Rise up, say no to the poison death shot, and completely reject today's government, which is nothing more than the enemy of the people, enemy of humanity, enemy of God. God bless you.
There you have it, Dr. Zelenko. Thank you, Doctor. Fantastic work that you're doing. And answer your question. Yeah, we just have to rise up. We have to do not comply. Amber, you're asking me about if my daughter got the HPV vax. My daughter has never had a vaccine in her entire life and will never get a vaccine in her life unless when she's an adult she chooses to do so. But certainly not the HPV. Stay far away from that. Stay far away from that. Please do your homework. Don't listen to me. Do your homework on that. But when you do your homework, I think you will come to the same conclusion that I have. That is a sterilization agent. It has harmed many young women, unfortunately, and it is a part of the genocidal vaccine narrative and agenda. So be very, very careful. This is, and by the way, I know I was reading a lot. I know that gets kind of boring. My friends, that was an important document that Barbara uncovered today. Such an important document. The fact that there's actually an international criminal court that actually has teeth, like can literally, put somebody in prison, is going after the very people who are causing this pandemic and this genocide of humanity. Very important document, okay? Very important document. It's so that's why I went there in depth, because it's that important, okay? Here's another very important document, right? They're going after they're going after they're going after General Flynn. They're going after Stone. They're going after for the J6 committee. We're going to shift gears to the J6. And Flynn files a restraining order against Speaker Nancy Pelosi and injunctive release against Liz Cheney's January 6th committee. This is huge, okay? General Flynn did not organize, speak at, or actively participate in any rallies or protests in Washington, D.C. on January 6, 2021, and he, of course, did not participate in the attack on the Capitol that day. Example A, declaration of Michael Flynn. Nonetheless, the Select Committee, assuming the role of shadow prosecutor for the January 6th attack, and working in parallel with the actual prosecutors at the Department of Justice, has diverted its attention from its important work to target General Flynn for a quasi-prosecution that is either aimless or transparently partisan. Despite not participating in any public events in Washington on that day, defendants have issued General Flynn a sweeping subpoena seeking 20 different categories of documents and a demand that General Flynn appear for a deposition in D.C. The subpoena demands records of Flynn's communications about the 2020 election and seeks to identify the basis for his beliefs and the persons with whom he associated. This is crazy. This is absolutely crazy, right? So what's Flynn do? He goes on the offensive, right? Files a restraining order against Pelosi. Okay? This is going to be beautiful, okay? Because then Pelosi's got to give a reason why they're harassing him. They've got to come up with a viable reason that they are harassing him. And I'd love to see everybody, including Bannon, do the same thing. Okay? So this is fantastic. And he does a declaratory and injunctive relief to invalidate and prohibit the enforcement of a subpoena from the Select Committee for the same reasons. All right? And so Cheney's involved and all the committee. So this is beautiful, folks. This is going on the offensive, okay? And he's a private citizen like many Americans. To this day, General Flynn has sincerely held concerns about the integrity of the 2020 elections. It's not a crime to hold such beliefs, regardless of whether they are correct or mistaken. To discuss them with others, to associate with those who share the same belief, or to ask the government to address such political concerns. Indeed, it is our fundamental constitutional right to speak about and associate around political issues that concern us and to petition our government about those grievances. I broke no laws on January 6th. I was there. I broke no laws. I was respectful. Many people were. Most of the people that are behind bars were. Okay? So this is significant, my friends, that to know about this. And hats off to General Flynn for taking this stance and his lawyers for doing this. It's fantastic. Okay? And also, how I said others should follow suit. Look at Alex Jones. Same thing. Files a lawsuit. Okay. After he was issued a subpoena by the sham panel to testify on the Capitol insurrection. He wasn't there. I don't think he was he? I missed him. I think I would have seen him. I would have heard him. Yeah, it's crazy, right? So he's going after the select committee. Fantastic stuff, Alex. Our hat is off to you, and be well and Godspeed to both of you. Here we go on Maxwell. The Maxwell jury deliberated, but they didn't come back with anything today. They did have some concerns about the FBI 302s used to investigate the case, so they're asking for those. And also they asked for accuser transcripts. So they're going to go back over the transcripts of those who were on the stand and accused Maxwell. And Biden, negative 14 approval ahead of coronavirus speech. It's basically he was 55% people said they disapprove of his performance compared to 41% who approve. So basically a net approval rating of negative 14. Typical partisan split, 95% Republicans disapprove. Democrats 87% approve, which is still, mind-blowing, even because those 87% are still, paying taxes and buying gas and, and 66% of the independents disapprove of Biden compared to 29% who agree with the majority of Democrats. So some numbers there of, that the tide is slowly turning, right? Okay. We have, hello, my dear.
It's cold.
No. No. The oven. You got this. You leaving the door open. You heating the neighborhood here? You got this. Cat turd. My prediction, preview of Biden's speech today. Slur, incoherent babble, hate, death, despair, creepy whispering, angry shouting, slur, incoherent babble, everyone's going to die, mumbling, slur, creepy, whispering, death, dark, hopelessness, hate, walk away, taking no questions. He did take a couple questions, but he was not supposed to, as he said. Not supposed to, right? He mentioned gown a few times, and he's been mentioning that quite a bit. I'll take you, and so we dug into this. So gown, I'll take you to the Urban Dictionary of gown. Noun, the destruction or disintegration of the human spirit or the state of being obliterated, damaged psyche. 2, loss of wealth, position, etc., or something that causes such loss, downfall. 3, the state of being speechless, dumbstruck after witnessing a particularly stupid or annoying thing, tiresome, hitting it on the head. 4, a person as the wreck of his or her former self, ravaged individual. Verb, to fall into ruin, devastate, fall to pieces, dejection. Nobody has talked about gowns, okay? This is definitely a calm. Masks and gowns, no. Nobody's ever talked about gowns in the history of COVID, in the history of we got to get more gowns in those hospitals. Those hospitals are running out of gowns. What are we going to do, folks? Gowns? Are you serious? Come on. It's got to be a calm by the white hats. We know that's not Biden. We know it's somebody in a mask or in a clone or whatever the hell it is. We know it's not the destruction or disintegration of the human spirit or the state of being obliterated, damaged psyche. Loss of wealth, position, etc. Something that causes such loss, downfall. Nails it, folks. Nails it. Keep an eye on the resignations, right? Q has told us, keep an eye on the resignations. Breitbart, Pelosi's majority crumbles. 3 Democrats announce retirement within 24 hours. 3 vulnerable Democrats announced they would not be seeking re-election to the House with 24 hours of each other within, bringing the total of House Democrats not seeking re-election to 23. Albio Sires, Democrat, New Jersey, Stephanie Murphy, Democrat, Florida, and chairwoman of the House Appropriations Subcommittee overseeing immigration issues, Lucille Roybal Allard, Democrat from California, announced they would not run for re-election within 24 hours of each other. Okay. Yep. So this is update your graphic, my friends, as Q says, of resignations and those not seeking re-election. Okay. And if you want to go on the show notes, my friends, there is resignation.info, notable resignations worldwide. Okay. Somebody that put this together said on December 22nd, 2017, Q asked us to track CEO resignations. See Q post 413. Since December 26, 2017, resignations, retirements, fringes, and death cases are tracked. 14,217 resignations, 13,665 people, 9,971 organizations, 171 countries. Look at this. Amtrak, Sony, Congress, American Airlines, CNN, Government of Austria, Aston Martin, Columbus Partnership. Top 5 resignations by organizations. Benjamin Netanyahu, Brad Anderson. I can't read some of these. James Baker, Jeremy Ross. Okay. White House, 76 resignations. Country, USA, 7,808. UK, 1,308. Reason, resigned, retired, fired, dead, term ended. This is a pretty cool website, resignation.info. You can find it in the show notes. Great find there. Okay. Let's watch this here.
The poisonous ideologies believed and spread by toxic people. There are no two ways around this. And West Virginia Democrat Senator Joe Manchin, he's now finding out this the hard way about his own party. Speaking in a recent interview about his decision over the weekend to break with his party on Biden's Build Back Broke plan, Manchin said, quote, "They figured, surely to God we can move one person. Surely we can badger and beat up one person. Surely we can get enough protesters to make that person uncomfortable enough that they will just say, okay, I'll vote for anything, just quit." Well, guess what? I'm from West Virginia. I'm not from where they're from, and they can beat the living crap out of people and think they will be submissive, end quote. Manchin says he would have supported a smaller bill or one that did more to lower the price of prescription drugs. I think it's also worth pointing out that economists say the bill would worsen inflation, increase taxes for about a third of middle-class families, give tax cuts to high-tax blue states, and increase child.
All right. Sorry about that, folks. This is definitely not somebody I can listen to. I'm looking for Jim Jordan. I can't listen to that voice. God bless you and the work you're doing, young lady. I can't do it. Trying to find this
An increased child care
to really make a meaningful difference. And I think one of the
Charlie
takes.
Kirk,
So it's something that's not.
Gil
Thank you
Foyle.
for having me, and that's to see institutional.
We have, and in
There we
spite
go.
of the fact and the never thought it could get this, lying.
Former colleague now, Ohio Congressman Jim Jordan, the ranking Republican member on the House Judiciary Committee, working with Tom. Take a look. So we're hearing that your colleague Shifty Schiff has been altering some text messages between you and your former colleague now, the former White House Chief of Staff Mark Meadows, regarding January 6th. What was the substance of some of those changes, and what are your thoughts on it?
Well, I think maybe the key takeaway is shortly after the story was reported, the Select Committee put out a statement, and they said the Select Committee is responsible for and regrets the error, which is a government speak for we got caught altering documents, we got caught lying. Because it was a long text message that I had forwarded from a respected lawyer in D.C. I'd forwarded to Mark Meadows, the Chief of Staff. But they just took one sentence, changed the sentence, punctuation on the sentence, didn't have the context, didn't have the 3 paragraphs that I'd forwarded on, and that was a summation of a long brief they had done. So, but it shouldn't surprise us. It shouldn't surprise us that Adam Schiff's the one who said years ago there's more than circumstantial evidence that President Trump colluded with Russia, which was bogus. And he's the one who did the parody when he read first the phone call between President Trump and the Ukrainian president. So this is kind of a pattern. It's unfortunate, it's wrong, but the American people see it for what it is.
Definitely. And so, of course, breaking this weekend, we're hearing your colleague, your Democrat colleague in the upper chamber, Senator Joe Manchin, saying no to the Build Back Better plan. What does that mean for Biden and his agenda in Congress?
Well, it's probably not. I look at it more from what does it mean for the country. It's a good thing if this thing doesn't pass. I mean, remember, Joe Biden said us a few weeks ago, he said, if we spend $2 to $5 trillion more, which is what this package is going to be, somehow that's going to help inflation. And there is not a rational, sane person on the planet who believes that. So this will help the country if it doesn't pass. We already have the 40-year high inflation rate. These guys haven't done anything right. And, I was talking with a constituent a few weeks back, and this older lady, she actually started to get kind of glassy-eyed when she said, I never thought it could get this bad this quick. And what a change from a year ago when under President Trump, we went from, we had secure borders to now we have chaos. We went from safe streets to record crime. We went from stable prices to record inflation, and on we could go. Not to mention what they're doing to our fundamental liberties, our First Amendment rights. So it's a good thing if this thing doesn't pass. Hopefully we can hold them off, get to the midterm elections, and hopefully elect Republicans to the majority in the House and the Senate.
And that's what we are hoping for. So looking forward to the future. Of course, we're on the road in Phoenix, Arizona tonight. So what would be your message? There's a lot of young people here tonight. So what is your message to the future generation, seeing as many see you as a straight shooter in Congress, someone who, really goes after the left and does what, you were elected to do, which unfortunately for a lot of other Republicans, sometimes we don't feel the same. So what would be your message to the next generation?
First thing is tell them thank you. The young people who are willing to speak out for the truth, speak out and for the Constitution and the attacks on our liberties that we see from today's left, from today's cancel culture, from today's Democrat Party, particularly when they do it on college campuses, is so encouraging. And I'm going to talk about just what the left has done to the First Amendment. Every right we enjoy under the First Amendment has been assaulted. Your right to practice your faith, your right to assemble, right to petition your government, freedom of press, freedom of speech, everyone has been assaulted, and most importantly, your right to speak, which is the most important right we have. So young people standing up for free speech rights is so critical, and I'll just thank them and talk about what a great country we have. And in spite of the fact that the left controls so much, I think there's a change happening. So that's what I'll talk about.
And with this change happening, lastly, before I let you go tonight, any legislative priorities that you have heading into the new year?
Well, main thing is to stop them. If we win back the majority, though, we will need to pass legislation that won't become law because Joe Biden will veto it. But we will need to pass good legislation to show the American people this is the kind of legislation we need. If you give us a Republican president, i.e. you re-elect President Trump in 2024, which is what I hope happens, if you do that, this is the kind of stuff we can get passed. And then what we really need to focus on, if we get the majority, is doing the oversight, doing the investigations on Fauci and the gain of function and the lab leak, on what they're doing to parents regarding standing up and speaking out against school boards and a host of other issues. We need to do all those investigations as well.
Sharp voices, and but I appreciate the work she's doing and respect her for that. And the work that OAN is doing, by the way. And let's see if let me see, Todd and Cindy, you guys want to call in? I do want to bring up a couple of Christmas cards. I want to thank you all. Many thanks to the Snedhead family, from Dave and Amy to Todd and Cindy, and all the behind-the-scenes team. We the people will determine our own course of love, life, and liberty. Much love, the Stonies, Sonia and Tony. Thank you guys for that beautiful, beautiful card. That's really cool. Looks like you guys are some hikers. And looks like you're on the beach as well. I got to find out what beach that is. And from Marilyn Bader, it's beginning to look a lot like Christmas. Wishing you a merry and bright holiday season, Marilyn Bader. Merry Christmas to you and your family. Appreciate your research, knowledge, time, and patriotism. Thank you, Marilyn, and thank you very much for your donation. It's very much appreciated. And comes in handy this time of year, I'll tell you. And look at this little snowman with a Q on. That's pretty awesome. Okay. And, and thank you. Thank you for your donation. The Truthcast Media with David Snedeker. Very cool. We're working on our logo right now, folks. If you have any ideas for Truthcast Media, please let us know. Hi, Dave. Merry Christmas and the best of New Year. Just wanted to send you a donation for your Truthcast Media. I am the one who sent you the Rock of Sam's CB. Rock and Sam's CD. Oh, Rock and Sam's CD. Yes. Thank you. Thank you for your stuff, for all you do. I'm so glad I found you on Facebook in March of 2021. I watch all your shows. I always seem to fall asleep, but always watch the rest the next day. Thanks again for all you do. Love, Jan H. Thank you, Jan. And your daughter, what a beautiful voice. Thank you for your donation as well. Todd and Cindy are coming into the room here. Let's get them in. Hello, my friends.
Hello.
Hey, Cindy. What's happening?
How are you?
Doing great. Merry Christmas. Just opening up some Christmas presents. You're just in time. Coming down.
That's why we called in, because we wanted to see what we got for Christmas.
Yeah. Coming down the chimney.
What do we get?
Coming down the chimney.
Kids are here. What do we get? What do we get, Dad?
All nothing. Just some cards.
Come on, Dad, share.
Hey,
Come on.
Hey, shake them when you open them.
Shake them and let it fall out.
I know, right? Pretend.
Fall down to Illinois, Dad.
Like
Come
pretend
on.
that, like the pretend like when you're opening up a card, it's like, there's money, money in there. Like you're not looking for it.
Whoops.
Yeah. So, how's
Happy
it going?
Tuesday to all the Sneds.
Yeah, happy Tuesday. Glad that you guys are on with us, and I do have some things to send your way before Christmas Day.
Yay!
Yeah, and I want to get us to the. I want to have that cool thing we did last night with the the INdoctriNATION.shop.
Oh, yeah.
And that was a lot of fun because we've got some stuff in that were out last night. And so I want to do that. What's happening with you guys? How's it going?
Going good. We had some interesting things happen today.
Yeah, at 11:20
tell me
this morning,
yeah.
we woke up with a huge boom.
Boom. Rattled our house and our bodies.
Yeah, tell me about that.
Well, that's just what it was. It was the loudest boom I've ever heard. A friend of mine that works with Illinois Emergency Management Services put out what they had said on, Facebook.
Right.
And I don't know. I know that there are sonic booms, and where I used to live at over our farm, they used to be all the time when the guard was out doing their things and playing and everything.
Right.
And they never sounded like that boom. But
yeah, right.
Yeah, they said upon further review, it was determined that an F-15 fighter jet in the airspace above central Illinois course corrected, creating a sonic boom. When the aircraft broke the sound barrier, the pressure wave created an audible noise and minor shaking in the region. But what's interesting was that I got a phone call, and I was like, oh, wow, that's different. From the emergency. That was kind of cool that it automatically came in telling us that they had many calls stating that the boom was heard across Springfield and many counties in central Illinois. Emergency personnel are aware and not to call 911. They said the most likely cause was an atmospheric event, such as an asteroid or a sonic boom, which I thought it was interesting that they threw in the word asteroid.
Yeah.
That's not what they usually put
That's
out
what kind of
for.
got my attention, Dave. So you're saying that it could have possibly been an asteroid, really?
But you think it was really an F-15.
For one thing,
how do you think it might have been?
I've heard a lot of F-16s break the sound barrier because they used to have, back in the day, they used to let them at air shows, they'd let them break the sound barrier, and they would say, hey, cover your children's ears, don't be scared. This is something we do, to let you see, what they can do. And I don't know if you ever went to the one at Capitol Airport, Dave, but that was a pretty big event.
Yeah. Hello?
Hello?
Sorry, I was on mute. I don't think so. I don't think I ever went.
Yeah, my dad used to take me to it because he was in the Air Force. He was a tail gunner and a bomber. The place you didn't want to be.
Mm-hmm.
Right? No kidding.
In the little glass bubble.
Hey, look at our continent lighting up.
That's nothing. We can do better than that.
Let's see what's up. We got England over there, looking good. Come on, where's the rest? Oh, we got another England. Oh, we got and we got hold on.
I talked to Cameron today. I told him, I said, we were calling you out last night. Did you hear it? He goes, no, I better go listen to it. I said, we were asking where they were up there.
Oh, yeah. And come on, nobody down under yet. What's going on now?
They're probably at work. It's, they let them out all the time, right?
Yeah, exactly. Right. Yeah. Okay. Looks like we got,
wow, it's really dark there.
Yeah, it is dark. So we got, all right, we got 2 in England, 1 in Ireland, and then we got, there we go. We got Canada. We had Alaska last night.
Is that Christy down there in Oklahoma?
Yep, I think so.
Or it could be Dee Pritchett.
Yep. Who is that? So, guys, and we got Hawaii.
Joe Nicholas?
Go on to the INdoctriNATION.shop. You guys don't have to buy anything. But last night, the first one that buys something, we're going to see it streak across the sky. And
yeah, it was really cool.
That was amazing. And we've got the new hats, the hats that everybody loved that we ran out of last night are there. The We the People hat is on there. And let me see. Did we
Line
go
it
with
up.
you? It says Snedheads on the right side there, and then on the left side it has a pretty awesome American flag patch.
That's
and yeah, pretty awesome hat. And we also got the sweatshirts. There we go.
Oh, look,
There's one.
there it
You
was.
see it?
Cool.
Florence, U.S. Florence, U.S. There's the first one. Thank you, guys. We're not going to do this much longer, guys. So if you want to get something, please do it, and I will keep it up while we talk a little bit more. But so you know what the cabal is saying after that article, Cindy, Todd, is that damn that Ernest guy. He always throws in the stuff that we don't want. You know, the asteroid, right? the meteor.
Yeah, who in the heck put asteroid in there? Now you're really gonna freak people out.
Yeah. Who authorized that? Who
Because
authorized
isn't an
that?
asteroid, Dave? Isn't an asteroid bigger than a meteorite? Like a meteorite's like a softball or something, but an asteroid, I always look at that as a pretty big thing.
Well, I asked my friend. I said, "Is that the official story that they're going?"
They're Canada. We got Calgary, Canada. Thank you guys.
All right.
Awesome.
Canada.
Stampeders.
There you go.
Look at all the blue. I love it.
Yeah, it's like our Christmas tree. I didn't get any lights for this
cool.
tree behind me, so this is our Christmas tree.
It's better than a Snoopy tree.
Hey, what did I buy you? The very first. I don't want to hear that.
I would, yeah.
Hey, what is what are people saying around there about that boom? I mean, they heard it in Branson, Missouri. I mean,
I've heard outskirts of Chicago.
Wow, that's a 3.5 hour drive from.
You're telling me that you're
Springfield,
going to hear
right?
a plane, an F-16. Second of all, Dave, we used to have the Air National Guard. And I think we hit up to like 6 F-15s or 16s that were stationed here, but that's long since been removed. So we're not a military base here.
Right.
Well, Scott Air Force Base would be the
right,
closest.
but it just doesn't. It didn't make sense to me. I mean, I felt it in my chest. The windows rattled. The house shook a little bit.
I got up and ran outside.
Are you guys a little concerned that you're still here?
No. Are you kidding me? Today's supposed to have been a great day. So
I know. No, what I mean is that you didn't. that you weren't taken.
Well, that's disappointing.
Yeah.
Hey, we got Hawaii in the house. Look at that. Oh, and look at that.
Hey, there's
We
another.
got somebody up there in Granville. Granville, that's Michigan, right? Granville, Michigan.
Hey, I know there's a lot more people out there. Let's light this thing up. Come
Yeah,
on,
no
all you gotta
kidding.
do
Come
is
on,
go
guys.
on.
We got 1,772 people.
Yeah, we're not going to be on until after Christmas after this. So let's light this up and I want to see these dots light up.
I like what Air Force Vet 8700 says. It's Cindy and her sidekick Todd.
Yeah. Oh, there we go. We got a couple.
Dave.
We got Thornton, U.S. Thornton, and we got Calgary. Was that remote viewer in Calgary? Well
Light
done.
it up. Let's see the new ones pop up. Pop.
Yeah, there we go. We're filling up. Filling up. That's pretty cool. Let me see what Aussie's got. Uh-oh. What happened? What did I do?
There you go.
Oh, there it
Big
is.
thumb.
Okay.
Big thumb got me
All
there.
right. We got Australia in the house, North and South.
All right.
Northern
We got another
Territory
one.
up there.
Down low
And-
too, Dave, I think.
Oh,
yeah.
wait. What's that?
Both.
Oh, that's Hawaii. Never mind.
Hawaii. Yeah. Yeah, that's awesome, guys. Very cool. Look at all the lights blinking. So cool to see ourselves lighting up. And there's me right there. Your store, the INdoctriNATION in Southern California. I can't go there and still hear y'all. I have to leave the show. Trisha, that's okay. We're not saying anything of value. Todd's
well,
on.
leave the show then. We want to see.
Hey,
But then-
we got some birthdays. Trumpet 17, happy birthday, and Christina Green. from
All
Todd and I.
right. Christina Green?
Yep. Rick
Awesome.
Duplantis says at Christina Green.
Oh,
happy
wow.
birthday.
Look at that. I think there's more coming
Oh,
on
yeah,
now.
there is more.
Yeah.
There we go.
Yeah,
Well
there's a
done,
straight
folks.
line. Boom, 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 boom.
Happy
Why
birthday to
everybody wouldn't be
you.
on this, I don't know.
Happy birthday. There you go. Looks like, is that, wait a minute, is that Kokomo? Where is that? Is that Ohio or Indiana? Indiana, I think.
Indiana, yep.
Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, dear Trumpet 17, Betsy, and happy birthday, Kristen. Yeah, Christina, Calgary, Canada. Sorry, I'm multitasking. Well done, Houston. We got Texas in the house. Very cool.
Houston, we have no problem.
And by the way, so it should go outside your door. It should be there, as Todd said last night. Is that the actual hat flying? Wouldn't it be?
Going there.
We have our drones. You can hear them maybe buzzing outside. They're buzzing and they're ready to take off. Hey, another Panoka, Canada. All right, the Canadians are showing up. The U.S. folks, the Americans, come on.
Moose Jaw.
And we're all Americans, actually, right? North Americans.
Nevada. Where don't we have somebody at?
Oh, Alaska. We were looking.
We have all states.
Do we have New Mexico? Arkansas?
Maybe Alabama. Yeah, we've got every state is accounted for here.
Yay!
Maybe not Maine. Do we have anybody in Maine?
Yeah, we got somebody in Maine.
Oh, there we go. There we go.
Henry.
We got Kansas City. Thank you, Kansas City, and Hope Mills. I think that's is that South Carolina or Georgia? It's so dark. I wish it was less
I think
dark.
it might be North Carolina.
I thought Hope Mills was North Carolina.
This is wait a minute. Hold on. Oh, there's another one. Mobile, Alabama. I was wrong.
All
about.
right, we got Mobile.
Mobile.
Was the Tuesday before Christmas, and all through this house, the Snedheads were stirring, and Nate brought a mouse. Oh, that's funny.
Is that
Write
from
the poet.
Nate O'Brien or Estes?
Air Force Vet 8700. Shut up.
Oh,
I can't read.
Gerald.
Hey,
Greensboro.
I need it.
You're not going to get anything but coal under the
If
tree.
I'm going to be anybody's sidekick, I hope that she can read.
Hey, what's your take on Biden? How about that Gown Urban Dictionary?
Oh, that was great. Yeah.
Oh,
I thought,
San Antonio.
I'm not even supposed to be doing this. I thought that was the biggest line in the speech.
I know. That was the most telling, right? That was the most telling.
Coughing and not doing the appropriate, into his elbow.
Yeah.
Here's your leader that doesn't even know the protocol to cough properly in public is telling you about health stuff.
Yeah.
And I don't know what
obvious.
everybody was thinking he was going to say. All he did was say the same thing, only a little bit louder sometimes. Like he was, "Oh, I'm mad now," and I'm like,
yeah, that was
feeble
pretty.
old man.
That was pretty amazing. Speaking of Brandon, Let's Go Brandon. Got our Let's Go Brandon sweatshirts there, my friends. Get your Let's Go Brandon sweatshirts. Oh, we got a couple new ones. U.S. It looks like Nebraska. And Lisle, Illinois, right? Did you hear the boom in Lisle? Thank you, my friends.
Question.
Somebody said it was probably Pritzker slamming down his fist.
And let's see. And
That's
are
great.
you? Let's see. There go a couple more. There's Bremen. Is that Indiana, I think? and Kentucky and Cranston, another Cranston. My buddy, the Kramers, Bill and Ray Kramer, two of my good friends, lived with both of them at one point at separate times.
When you were couch surfing?
Oh yeah, we should ask Monkey Works, see if he could tell us what was going on.
We shared, yeah, no kidding, the Big Boom. That might be good to, conservative cowboy comment. Let me check that out.
Hey, at least, we could have him track and see if there was a flight at that time.
Yeah.
Because I'll tell you what, if
Yeah.
there's no F-16 in the neighborhood, not that an F-16 would necessarily show up. So
Conservative cowboy, yeah, exactly. Says new cash machine spotted in Tennessee. Does not say cash, dollars, or currency. It says notes.
yes,
Thank
I've heard that.
Interesting.
Yeah, because our new currency will be a U.S. note.
Okay, my daughter just walked in. I need to show her one of the airplanes. There goes one. Look.
Yay.
And that's in Oklahoma, Tulsa. Thank you, my dear.
Oh, cool.
Love
we
you
have
too.
someone for England, middle of England.
That's me in the middle of England.
Tell her Merry Christmas.
Oh, I will. She just
What did
walked
she
out.
bring you?
Chicken.
Yum. South Dakota in the house.
So what?
Oh, here's somebody that lives in Springfield.
This is awesome.
Wow, I didn't realize we had so many people from Springfield on.
That's pretty cool. So the new cash machine says notes. Interesting.
Yeah.
Spotted in Tennessee, conservative cowboy. Wow.
There's another rumor going around, Dave, that somebody actually accidentally got one of the notes in circulation and tried to use it as currency, and they looked at him crazy like that's not real money, So there's all kinds of little things leaking out on that. Nothing confirmed, but
right.
I've been hearing stories.
Ontario, Canada.
Yeah, but interesting. And whereabouts, conservative cowboy. Thank you, Trumpet 17, by the way, for that, and happy birthday. And Larry says the 20 has JFK on it. That's pretty cool. Let's see. All you have to do is have the tab open. Now go back to Dave and find your dot. Yeah, if you just have the INdoctriNATION.shop open. But it looks like we're waning a little bit. Do once around the globe again. Oh, there's one. And what is that? La Center, United States. La Center. Is that, I can't tell if that's Washington or Oregon.
How about our Alaska friend?
And look at down under. Look at down under. Very cool.
Hey, I see some
New
blue
Zealand.
dots coming up down in there.
Absolutely. Oh, I
Dave?
might have missed one here. Springfield,
Okay. Yeah.
Tennessee. Just bought.
Cool.
Thank you guys for all your support and all the gear, and it certainly sparks conversation. I'll tell you, I had this "Where We Go One, We Go All" shirt on at the 7K event, and that's when I met and connected with Miles Standish, who is the amazing creator of a lot of the coins. Flossmoor. Whoa, Flossmoor. I used to date a gal from Flossmoor. Look, Hawaii. Did you see the Hawaii jump?
Jill's in the house.
Dang
Honolulu.
it. I looked down for a minute and I didn't see it.
No, I
That
saw
was
her in the
cool.
chat. She said she was in the house.
Jill, if that's you, thank you. But that was cool going across the
I love
the
it.
pond. Yeah, this is cool. But Flossmoor used to date a gal at Iowa who was a swimmer from Flossmoor, and yeah, it was the
Did she floss a lot?
No, she always had to floss more.
Yeah, less. Speaking of flossing, I got some chicken stuck in my teeth. Oh, here we go. There's Kirkland, Washington. Thank you, guys. So, any takeaways from the show you want to talk about, or you want to go on a dive? What do you want to do?
Hey, Dave.
Yes.
Amber Taylor's asking about where she could send a logo idea for your show.
Oh, I
Would
think
that
she
be
sent it
Dave's
to
name?
Facebook. I think she sent it to Facebook. I'll check that out.
I just saw it in the chat.
Okay, thank you. And also, my friends, real quick, Nancy's feeling really bad, Nancy Sutherland. So, folks, let's make sure we keep Nancy in our prayers. We'll do it tonight, but also, she's just struggling getting over the COVID, and just very much could use our prayers. And it's gotten into her lungs a little bit. She's doing all the good stuff. Has all the things she needs. It's just some prayers would be helpful. Prayers would be helpful. So
Nancy will knock it out.
Yep.
She will. She's tough.
She's a fighter. She's strong. We're
Sorry.
praying for you. And George. And all the family. Yep.
She will. Sorry, hold on.
We got an echo.
Sorry, I accidentally.
And George. And all the family.
Okay, we got double prayers there because I accidentally opened the Facebook show there, so that was interesting. Yeah, I lost it. If she sent it to me in Facebook, I lost it already, Amanda. But you can send it to davesnet@gmail. The ideas, and so obviously more and more tyranny. But how about the criminal court? How about the awareness that people are having? How about the people that are waking up? It's pretty spectacular what we're seeing, I think.
Well, I think also, Dave, the confirmations of the politicians not going for re-election.
Oh, yeah.
I mean,
Bison.
that's right in your face.
Bison US, thank you. Yeah, exactly, right? I mean, it's so huge that sheer number, right? The sheer number of politicians.
Yeah,
that are,
they're up to 23 now on the Dem side. I believe 13 on the R side.
Yeah. Yeah.
So that's quite a bit, actually.
Yeah, incredibly. We got a couple in Hawaii.
What?
We got the Big Island.
The Big Kahuna?
The Big Island
Good.
and Honolulu.
Another place to go visit.
Yeah, exactly.
Just kidding, guys.
Speaking of
I'm
couch
not gonna
surfing,
show up at your house.
Speaking of couch surfing, let me see.
They're really nice in Hawaii, except for one guy, but he was just trying to save my life.
What's that all about?
Well, when I was there, your clock is off when you get there because it's so many time zones away.
Yes.
And so when I used to get up real early in the morning, so I'd wake up at 3:30 in the morning when I first got there because I hadn't acclimated to the time difference. And about 5 in the morning, I walked down to the beach and the shore, and they had little pockets of where like fish and everything would get caught in the lava. And I had my back turned to the ocean. And one of the native men, he was probably in his 60s, screamed at me. He said, "Hey!" And I was like, and this is like 5 in the morning, 5:30 in the morning. And so it like freaked me out. He walked up to me and he screamed at me. He goes, "You never turn your back to the ocean in Hawaii. We lose tourists like that all the time." Because he said rogue waves come up and sweep you off.
Wow.
And I said, well, thank you. But I mean, he scared the hell out of me.
Maybe he was like a guardian angel here on Earth.
Yeah.
Reading, U.S. That's pretty
crazy.
Cool. That's pretty cool.
Yeah. So but man, he was really forceful. He was an islander. I mean, you could tell he had lived there his whole life. And because you could just tell he had that the Hawaiian accent. And
Sarah Jenkins is asking how you get on the map. Sarah, you just go to INdoctriNATION.com or INdoctriNATION.shop, right?
Yep.
And you don't have to buy anything. Just go there, and
Yep.
then your blue light starts blinking.
and you can see yourself.
Yep.
I can see
You
my
can
house
wave.
from here.
You can wave. Yeah. Okay, Sarah.
We're waving at you.
Yeah, that's pretty cool. Yeah, he may have saved you. You got to be
Yeah.
careful. You really do have to be
Absolutely.
careful. Yeah.
Yeah, you never turn your back to the ocean in Hawaii. I learned that lesson. I'll never forget it.
I've made that mistake here in Southern California. So what we went over 1221. We went over Cappy. We went over talked about 1222 a little bit this afternoon with Mr. Poole and a lot of the 1222 comms. What are your thoughts? You want to dive on the deltas of 1222? I don't think we went there.
Yeah. Let's take a peek at them.
Yeah. Let's let me pull it up here.
I mean, we could just take them at face value until they start hitting something on the map, you know?
Right. Right. Let's see.
Honestly, today I stayed up again late last night. Late. Like barely blinked to sleep.
Well, look at that. Is that Michigan? Oxford, United States. Oxford. Is that Michigan or Ohio? I wish I could see the differentiation better.
Wouldn't it be Ohio?
It could be.
I don't know.
I honestly don't
Can
know.
they track their packages once they get an order, Dave?
I think so.
Well, they can see it coming.
Should be there. I think that. Yeah, I don't
Somebody
know.
was
I don't
asking
know
in
how
the
that
chat.
works, but it happens pretty fast. It depends on what you get because there's some things that come directly from Rob, and those come really fast. And there are other things that go through Fuel, which is where we were able to do the other, it gives us more variety. You know, we don't make as much profit, but it gives us more variety on like the Let's Go Brandon, right? You can literally get Let's Go Brandon in, all these different colors, right? And it's got the INdoctriNATION logo down below here, very subtle but very cool. And then you have the hold on one sec, like the Love and Light and Where We Go On We Go All, and you can have all these different colors. So those come through a product called Fuel, and those might take a little bit longer just because they're not coming from Rob, because Rob's
I like
on
those.
it.
I thought about getting one of those too.
All right, you got one coming for Christmas.
Yay!
If that's what you want. How about you,
Do
Todd?
I get to choose what color?
Of course.
Oh, wow.
Yeah. Well, I'm going to send you the link, and you'll be able to pick out what you want, like last time.
Yay!
Yeah.
Sweet.
Santa Day.
Yeah, Santa Dave, exactly. So we're gonna leave the map, my friends. Any of you who are any last minute purchases, go ahead. Sorry we missed you, but thank you all for the support. Thank you all for the love and sporting our gear. By the way, it's very, very comfortable gear. I get nothing but compliments.
And warm.
And warm. Yeah, these sweatshirts are awesome. So awesome.
And they wash nice. They don't shrink.
Yep. Yes, exactly.
Which for me says a lot because I hate getting clothes that once
Right.
you wash it shrinks.
Well, I don't think I'm going to get any smaller.
No. So December 22nd, 3747. Todd, on this Take It Away Tuesday, take it away, will you please?
Are you starting at 3747?
Yes.
Get busy. He's got to eat.
I'll tell you what. This is awesome. It's the December 22nd, 2019, so it's only a 2-year delta. We've been going back farther than that on these recently. And it says Spygate, and it has all of our cast of characters who we love those guys. They were great leaders for this country. Never has a president left office to collude with others to impede the next sitting president of the United States of America until Obama. And then it says, toying with the enemy, don't get smug. And then there's a picture down below, and it's our buddy, Dan Scavino, showing Trump how to tweet in post, and it says, and when you finish typing, just sign it Q+.
I love it.
Hilarious.
That's great. So then we go to 3746. We can do some, if you want to, Dave, you want to roll through these and then go back, or are you at the link at 3746?
The Inspector General report is a stunning indictment of the politicization of the Obama Department of Justice and the FBI. The Inspector General report details
17.
I just went quiet, Dave.
Ted Cruz went mute too.
17.
Right after he said 17, it went quiet.
Did it really? Wow.
Yeah. We couldn't hear anything after that.
That's hilarious. Okay. So that's talking about this and how the IG report is 17. 3745, same thing. The original one. Then 3744, what do you think?
3744, December 22nd, 2019, same date. Haven't you figured it out yet? It's not about Trump's corruption. It's about making sure you don't find out about their corruption. And the funny thing is, Dave, just today or yesterday, I don't remember which, but they asked Pelosi if they thought it should be okay for sitting Congress or senators to own stocks and trade individual stocks. And she said, yes, we live in the United States of America. They should be free to trade this. But the follow-up question should have been, how is that not insider trading when you know how you're going to influence something that could be like, say, let's just take, for instance, changing the whole United States from gas-powered vehicles to battery vehicles. So you know this in advance of the public, and that's not insider trading. But there was no follow-up, of course.
Of course,
and she blew it off. But she's buying that $25 million place down there by Mar-a-Lago, so she's not worried about it. She's been there for 150 years.
Do you think she'll go to Trump's press conference on January 6th in Mar-a-Lago?
Dude, I think they'll be hanging out on the beach. I can see them bumping fists and having a couple margaritas on the beach, can't you?
Let's say that she doesn't even go, and we open up an investigation of January 6, 2022, Trump's Mar-a-Lago press conference, and we subpoena her. Because some people were holding signs outside screaming and yelling. How about that? That's basically what we're looking at with the January 6th group, what they're doing.
Yeah, and then she has, you can see she's wearing the canary yellow, looking really good, hot mama.
Yep.
Oh, I just barfed in my mouth.
Yeah, somebody should Photoshop 2 bottles of vodka in her palms.
Oh yeah, exactly.
That'd be good. And Shifty Schiff and Nadler, and is that Cummings? Yeah.
Yep.
Disgusting.
The late.
Yep. 3743 is the FBI broke into President Trump's campaign, spied on him, and then tried to cover it up. This is a modern day Watergate.
The FBI, they broke into President Trump at the time, candidate Trump's campaign.
Very quiet.
They spied on him, and then they covered it up.
Yeah, it's not going through my system, so I'm not even going to play it. But basically, that's exactly what he says. And then this is I don't know what that is, but this tweet is from a suspended account, of course.
Shocker.
What's that?
I said shocker.
Yeah. So go ahead, 3742, please.
All right. Why is Pelosi holding the 2 articles of impeachment? How do you introduce the truth about what happened to the public? What value might exist by attempting to block public testimony hearings? Would educating the public through the Senate prior to Barr Durham Huber releases be important? Narratives are created and pushed to prevent the public from discovering the truth. Enemy of the people. No doubt.
Yeah.
And then we have 3741. Busy day.
Yeah.
How
many are there? There are another 8, 10, 12, 14. Holy cow. 16, 18. Wow, 21.
Blackjack.
Yeah.
That's JFK.
There we go. There we go. All right, you're going to pick it up. And I'm going to get some more to eat.
Blackjack. Speed readers.
Okay. Let's see. 3740. No,
something big is coming. Where are you at, Dave? Are you trying the links?
Yeah. Q called this back in July. News broke today. Did Admiral Rogers retire so he can be called as a witness in John Durham's Spygate investigation? And that was 3389. Former NSA director is cooperating with probe of Trump-Russia investigation. Yep. Q called that. And then this is from President Trump's account, so it's suspended. Do people really think this can happen with no consequences? FISA equals start. Nobody is above the law, not anymore.
Wow.
Yep.
And still we wait.
Yeah. And here's what is this?
In fact, that's the real amnesty, pretending we can deport 11 million people or build a wall without spending tens of billions of dollars.
Dave, we can't hear anything. Hello?
Sorry. It's not going through the system. It's one of those deals. It's Biden talking about the border.
Biden?
I'm sorry. Yeah, exactly.
That's a really bad clone.
Dude, I'm waiting for Biden to say Obama said I'm not supposed to take questions.
Well, he might as well have today.
Yeah, exactly. He's talking about his hypocrisy about the border wall, how he was saying he couldn't do it, and then back in 2006 saying we can and we should.
Yeah.
Same thing with Schumer saying we can't do it in 2017. Back in 2009, he's calling for it. Yeah. They actually signed the Secure Fence Act of 2006. The bill called for hundreds of miles of fencing to separate and secure our southern border. That's why it's so important for us to understand history. Fake. The more you know, research for yourself. And then we have this from a suspended account. How can the left refute this? What happens when you can no longer trust those elected to represent you? Fake. Truth and facts matter. and nons can play this game all day long. And so, you want to take this one?
2641. Is that what? Is that you? Okay, so 2633 is the one you're talking about.
2633. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, this is actually December 20, 2018. It must catch it somewhere. Okay, it catches it down below. All right. One of 22. DNC breach dossier. DNC SRWL. Hussein, DNI director, clown director, class 1 through 12, Goog, CrowdStrike, DNC, SR 187, MS 13, 2, 187, talking about the Seth Rich, MS 13, 2 that were killed. 187 is Seth Rich's death. DWS director, F blank I, D blank J, assist, insurance, triangle, Hussein, HRC, LL, JC, AM, PS, support, and then it gives classifications. British Intel, HRC can't pay. They tell you right there. DNC pay, they paid for it. Class 1 through 4 pay. Steel, Podesta, Holder Relay Special Russia. Class 1 through 9. US Sin, no name. We know who that is. McCain. US Sin Class 1. US Sin Class 2. JC. LL. Hussein. FISA 2. Prez Daily B. US Sin, no name. News Shop, BuzzFeed, Public Narrative, Stage Set, Future, Prevent, Removal, Op. RAMIF, U.S. Intel Legal Spy on Prez Candidate, Prez-Elect, R Congress, R Sen, News Friendly, etc. Q. That pretty much tells the whole story. McCain Associate shared unverified Steele dossier with BuzzFeed, court filing says. Dropped December 22nd, 2017. U.S. Senator No Name, News Shop, BuzzFeed, News Unlocks, you have the keystone.
Wow. You have the keystone. What do you think about going after Danchenko's lawyers?
Well, I didn't get a chance to do too much on that. Christy gave that to me, but I had to get a little rest before the show, and
yeah,
reading was really messing me up, so I didn't go down too far on it, even though that was part of the homework I was supposed to get done.
That's right.
I had a kind of like a rough afternoon, just kind of feeling exhausted because of lack of sleep, basically.
Yeah.
So my eyes got tired, and I didn't go down Danchenko too much.
Well, it's just the fact that they're linking his law firm to Clinton Foundation is pretty huge, right?
Yeah.
And that's where that's going. That's where that's happening. Biden said 17 today too. Somebody said. Yeah. Merry Christmas,
you know
Carl.
These people. Yeah, he always he says 17 Nobel laureates when he's talking about his Build Back Shittier agenda.
Right.
Which, the BBB was stolen from the Prime Minister of England.
Mm-hmm.
He's plagiarizing still to this day, openly.
Ann Dunn says, breaking news, fire at Virginia Senator House.
Whoa.
Interesting. I'll pull that up.
Yeah, pull that up. Is it on disclose or?
Yeah, that's where I need to look, basically.
I'll tell you what, if you guys aren't using disclose.tv and breaking 911, you're missing a lot.
Yeah.
Yeah.
They seem
Yeah.
to be on it.
Yeah, they're getting
Not only that, they're pretty awake.
Yeah. Yeah, exactly. So you're getting really good. You're getting really good stuff too, not just breaking, but breaking good stuff, right?
Wow. At the top of the page of Breaking 911, Dave, criminals have stolen nearly $100 billion in COVID relief funds. Secret Service on the case.
Whoa.
$100 billion.
What?
Wow.
Wonder where that went.
Black Ops slush fund.
Wow. That's amazing. So basically they're just through fraud, right?
Yeah, I gotta read that article. That was from an hour ago.
Wow.
Criminals have stolen nearly $100 billion in COVID relief funds. Secret Service on the case. This is today.
We haven't even gotten ours.
I never got a dime.
Yeah. Same.
The U.S. Secret Service has named Assistant Special Agent in Charge Roy Dotson of the Jacksonville Field Office as the National Pandemic Fraud Recovery Coordinator. In this role, ASAIC Dotson will coordinate efforts across multiple ongoing Secret Service investigations into the fraudulent use of COVID-19 relief applications with stolen benefits nearing $100 billion, the agency said Tuesday. Nothing was on mainstream media about this.
Yeah, a lot of people don't realize that the Secret Service actually falls under the Department of the Treasury.
Yeah, and they can walk in your house and not even ask. They're like they're just like the agents for conservation. The agents for if they suspect, like, say they thought maybe I had like poached too many ducks or something, and I had them in my possession, they can walk right in your house.
Really?
Oh, yeah.
Oh yeah.
They have more control than
They have ultimate authority. They just say, move out of the way.
Yeah.
We're checking stuff out. They don't have to get a warrant.
No.
Wow.
For sure.
It says, while the Secret Service is best known for their role in protecting the President of the United States, the agency also specializes in financial fraud.
Wow.
While fraud related to the personal protective equipment, PPE, was of primary concern to law enforcement, including the Secret Service, early in the pandemic, the release of federal funding through the Coronavirus Aid, Relief, and Economic Security Act has attracted the attention of individuals and organized criminal networks worldwide. The exploitation of pandemic-related relief is an investigative priority for the Secret Service and its partners. Wow.
Wow.
$100 billion?
That's
I mean,
huge.
$100 million would be like a lot, you know?
Wow. By the way, Todd, if we're looking to go into 100 on the Q drops, just, because the news unlocks the map, and this is huge news, right? If we go to 100 in the drops, it goes to who's the Queen of England? How long in power? With power comes corruption. What happened to Diana? What did she find out? Why was she running? Who did she entrust to help her flee? What was the cover? Why is this relevant? Dodi Fayed. Why now? Old connection, news, bad actor, London mayor, background, affiliation, connection to Queen, British MI6 agents dead. When? How? What was reported? What really happened? Why is this relevant? Wealth, corruption, secret society, evil, Germany, Merkel, migrants. Why are migrants important? Assets. What are assets? Define assets. Why are migrants so important? What are assets? Why are migrants so important? What are assets? Why are migrants so important? Operations. Satan. Who follows? What political leaders worship Satan? What does an upside-down cross represent? Who wears openly? Why? Chelsea Clinton. Who is she connected to? Why is this relevant? Spirit cooking. Maria Abramovich was a friend. Also, Ghislaine Maxwell. What does spirit cooking represent? Eating humans, eating blood. Cult. What is a cult? Who is worshipped? Why is this relevant? Snow White, Godfather 3, Speed. Q. Damn.
Yeah, and when talking about this, the drinking of the blood and everything that's going to be coming out even more in our face.
Yeah.
That congresswoman that retired, she was 80 years old, that says she's not going to run for her reelection.
Yeah.
Dave, you should see a picture of her.
She sure doesn't look 80.
80?
She's 80 years old, and she looks like she's maybe 60.
Yeah.
Wow.
Disgusting. I don't think it's just good genes.
No. It's in Yahoo. I saw it on Yahoo News.
Yeah. Hey, I wanted to say that Carolyn Munden's Zoom Christmas party. Maybe some of you will be spending Christmas solo. Well, not anymore. You're cordially invited to the Otis Club Zoom Christmas party. Here's a chance to be silly, BU, and BYOB. Come bring your own Biden. Come check it out. Why not? Be brave. Be different. Welcome a change in your life. Okay, you don't have to be solo. Couples are invited too. Sorry, no kids. LOL. Merry Christmas. RSVP. Just kidding. Here's the link. Carolyn Munden is inviting you to a scheduled Zoom meeting, Zoom Christmas party, 6:30 Central Time, December 25th. Otis Club Zoom Christmas party. Here's the link. Very
God
cool.
bless Otis.
Yeah, very cool.
Hey,
I love Caroline.
Do we have to wear masks, or do we have to get a test before?
Yeah, you have to get an intelligence test before, and if you get tested, then you've failed. Wow, that's cool, Carolyn. That's gonna be awesome.
What a great idea.
Wow, that's awesome.
By the way, guys, it's in the show notes, and if the show notes, I'm gonna link the show notes because I think we've been having some problems getting them to the website, but hopefully we'll be able to get them to the website. But I'm gonna drop the show notes in the chat right now, and there you have it. Very cool. What's the we could go down, we went down 21st last night. We got the 22nd tonight. We've got Breaking 911. Let's see if we can find Disclose. And why isn't that coming up?
That's just amazing. $100 billion.
That's unbelievable.
That just goes to show you how they misappropriate everything.
Yeah.
That's a good one.
Yep. Here's Elon on Disclose.
Generally, I think we should be aiming for a positive society, and that it should be okay to be humorous. We should wokeness basically wants to make comedy illegal, which is not cool.
We've experienced a little bit of that.
Chappelle, what the
flower bed.
Try to shut down Chappelle. Come on, man, that's crazy.
Yeah, a lot of ums, but yeah, it's he's basically speaking out on the basic destruction of comedy. Speaking of comedy, the Omicron variant surge. Yeah, that's unbelievable.
Yeah, everybody's gonna get a runny nose. Oh my God.
Yeah, that's unbelievable. But what, today's the winter solstice, another significance of the 21st, right? Here we go. That's what I was looking for. Folks, if you want to send a little love Todd and Cindy's way, Christmas Venmo at Cynthia-Todd-3169. Last 4 digits of cell is 2330. And show them some love if you would. And let's make this a Merry Christmas for all.
And we'll give you a virtual hug now, but at Snedfest, we'll give you a real one.
Absolutely.
Exactly. And I see Snedfest happening in 2022, no question about it.
I do too.
Yeah, I do too.
Yep.
Absolutely.
Yep. And I think
Can remote viewer 57 send me a private message, please? Ada Lightsned.
Yep. Ada Lightsned on Facebook.
Yep.
So,
thank you.
It's the shortest day of the year. So after this, could it be dark to light? Okay. The longest night and shortest day of the year for the Northern Hemisphere. Ancient cultures viewed the winter solstice as a time of death and rebirth. Okay. Death of the old, birth of the new. The discovery of new and strange worlds. The Pilgrims hit Plymouth Rock on December 21st, 1620. The world solstice translates to sun stand still. And because the sun's position in the sky decreases and increases throughout the year, but it pauses in the days surrounding the solstice, I believe for 3 days. Stonehenge is aligned to the sunset on the winter solstice, which is pretty cool. Ancient Romans celebrated reversals at the midwinter festival of Saturnalia. So that's why you have the, Satan and the Satanists celebrate some of this as well. But masters would serve the people they enslaved, and servants being allowed to insult their masters. Mask wearing and play acting were also part of Saturnalia's reversals, with each household electing a king of misrule. Saturnalia was gradually replaced by Christmas. What's that?
Mask wearing?
Oh, yeah, good catch.
What did Biden say today about, you're going to have to wear your mask again?
Unbelievable. Yeah. Dark spirits would walk the earth on solstice. Some thought the world would end in 2012. Closest to the sun, coldest days happen after the solstice. They celebrate Dongzhi in China, unless you're a Uyghur, and then you celebrate that you still have your organs. The winter solstice marks the shortest day of the year, but the earliest sunset. Winter starts before the solstice. Every planet has a winter solstice. Sun illuminates an ancient tomb in Ireland on the winter solstice. Nazca lines converge with the sun on winter solstice in Peru. Pagan festival of the Yule honored the winter solstice. Mistletoe was part of some winter solstice celebrations. By Druid priests. Sometimes ate hallucinogenic mushrooms. It looks like the Snedehead shirt right there. The winter solstice marks one of the most important celebrations of the Hopi Indians, northern Arizona. Ancestral spirits that guard over the Hopi to dance with them and bring the sun back to the world. The ritual is usually performed in an underground room called a kiva and is meant to bring about a prosperous year. Scandinavia celebrates St. Lucia's Day on the winter solstice. Santa Lucia. Iranians around the world celebrate Yalda on the winter solstice. A World Heritage Site in North America is aligned with the winter solstice, Chaco Canyon in New Mexico. So a little bit on the winter solstice. A lot going on in the world. Not to get too caught up with dates, but if anything were to happen, tomorrow would be nice. Yeah,
absolutely.
Right,
gonna be a Merry Christmas either way.
Yeah,
it's all
absolutely.
It's all in our control.
Yep.
Yeah, absolutely.
Positive vibes, baby.
Anywhere else you want to go, or otherwise just we could chat about Christmas? Any of the Sneds want to share what you guys are doing for Christmas?
I'm just if I'm a little quiet, I'm going ahead all the way to Christmas on the
dives.
Delta. Yeah, just in case something pops up that catches my eye.
Yeah.
Oh wow, there's only one post on December 24th, Dave. Check it out. That could be a good one.
All right. Let me do that.
I like it.
Oh, we go there quite a bit. There we go. One post. I got Washington coin today from 7K.
Yay.
This is cool.
Yeah, that's really cool.
Wow. Todd, don't turn your back on the ocean. There you go. Look out.
Or a frozen river.
Yeah, exactly.
That's what's there.
Could you imagine going through that? Look at that. What they're having to do to get through.
I mean, yeah, it's brutal. It's like blocks of ice they got to get through. Imagine how damn cold their hands are.
Yeah, I don't think they had as good of they didn't have Under Armour stuff in those days, or heated blankets, and look what they did for our country,
Yep.
Taking on a bunch of vagabonds, taking on the the country that's undefeated militarily.
Yeah, the biggest and most powerful army in the history of the world, up until modern times.
Yeah.
Yeah. That's December 24th. And the 25th is, there's only 3. And that's 10 to 9 operational windows, 5 to 6, F Delta C 2526 secured. Floor is yours. Twitter, FW, Twitter, Kill Rogue, Conference White. Confidential White. 458. Thank you for all your trust, faith, and patriotism. We are privileged to serve you. Please pray for those who would lay down their lives to protect our freedom. You are safe. God bless.
Awesome.
That's
and this last
cool.
one, Dave. This 457. Yep. I got led after about a 50 drop dive. The last one was it was just a plain stark blue 457, and it took me to this. And this was, I think this was Monday. Or no, it was really? Last week sometime. Yeah.
Very cool.
And it's Merry Christmas, Q. Merry Christmas. Celebrate this special day in a big way. God bless you all.
Yeah, very cool.
Special day, big way.
Nice.
Gonna be a big Christmas.
I
That
still
would
think
be a good one, man.
We've got a shot. We got a shot at Christmas.
We do. Oh, we actually do. You know, we have a reason to be, you know, excited, right?
I'm excited. I'm excited.
Absolutely. Absolutely. And it's it definitely, we just have a lot of reasons to be excited just because of what's being exposed. And like you said, if nothing happens between now and then, if nothing happens tomorrow, the next day, the day after, that's just our perception of what's happening, right? And also we should have, you know, a deliberation in the Maxwell trial, right? Because the Maxwell trial could easily be, I mean, she's most likely going to be found guilty, right? But also,
yeah, I mean, I've heard that the prosecutors did a good job presenting their case, but I don't, you know, you don't know what to think on that. I mean, I don't put a lot of, you know, I'm not on the edge of my seat, because either way, I could understand why it would go one way or the other.
Yeah.
And there needs to be an exposure of the judicial system even more. So that would be a pretty good one.
So yeah, this is interesting. So Veronica Steer we have that Alan Dershowitz, says the prosecution hid the main witness at the Maxwell trial, which was Virginia Giuffre. And that was today. He said that today. And 1132, which was 4/11/2018, it says, "Thank you, Alan. Welcome aboard, Freedom." And it says, "Alan, welcome aboard, plane 17." And somebody thinks that Q is referring to Alan Dershowitz. We've talked about Alan Perot, but it was a different spelling of Alan for Perot. But Alan Dershowitz, the spelling's correct, was Epstein's lawyer, but it doesn't explain all the travel he did because he was on the flight logs. Q alluded that Alan was part of them. Q said, "Welcome aboard" to Alan. So I find it interesting. Alan is pointing to issues in the Maxwell case: control, hostage, and then you've got the flight logs where Alan Dershowitz is on the flight logs. This one does go to, let's see, the TGB, I believe, is Epstein Island, TGB Airport. Which one is that? TGB. Tagbeth Airport is Puerto Princesa Airport.
Manila. That's in the Philippines.
Is that Philippines?
Yep.
Okay. All right. Interesting. Okay. And is that Bedminster? BED, I think.
Bedminster, New Jersey.
Let me see.
Yeah, that's New Jersey, I believe.
That's where Trump was at the golf club that one time for those women.
Let's see. Hanscom Field, Massachusetts Port Authority, Middlesex County, the largest in New England, largest private. 20 miles northwest of Boston. So that would be, MIT trips to the Philippines. Interesting. Okay. Yeah, so very good call, Veronica, on this. It could be very, why did they do that? Why did the prosecution, right? Keep her under wraps. And we were very surprised that they stopped, right?
Well, yeah, that was a little disconcerting, and no name exposure. You somehow knew that was going to happen, but when I look at this, it's like all of the timing of everything has to come together. So, it.
You're looking at a winter of severe illness and death. Happy holidays from the Bidens.
Was that a threat?
Oh my God,
is that
that's
a
awesome.
threat, Dave?
Yeah, exactly.
That is fantastic.
Yeah, and literally these were his words. We are intent on not letting Omicron disrupt work and school for the vaccinated. You've done the right thing, and we will get through this. For the unvaccinated, you're looking at a winter of severe illness and death for yourselves, your families, and the hospitals you may soon overwhelm. Winter is coming, unvaxxed peasants. Oh my God, it's great. That's
so
great.
Good.
Yeah. Sorry, Todd, I interrupted. You were on.
No, that's way better.
Oh my God, that was unbelievable.
I love it.
Oh man. And anything from Scavino?
Nothing today.
I got this from the American Airlines Center. It looks like somebody has him spinning the ball. Sir, 1v1. That was from, hold on, I lost it.
Yeah. That's funny.
Oh, man. Senator Rob Stanbridge, here's a link to a recent interview on my bills to battle indoctrination in our public taxpayer-funded schools. This is Senator from Oklahoma we had on the show. Look at the books. Trans Teen Survival Guide, LGBT plus, The Times I Knew I Was Gay, Rainbow Solutions, Consent. Oh, man. Oh, my God. Art Drag, They, Them Pronouns. A quick and easy guide to consent. Queer and trans identities. Oh my God. And all these other books are blocked off? What the hell's going on here? So they showcase these books and block off all the others.
Wow.
Unbelievable.
Just like change, that one Q post that goes to all of it where they want to change everything to minor attracted people and, talking about it as a mental illness and uncontrollable, and it should be just, pedophilia is really not that bad. Everybody, it's like depression.
Yeah. Hey, Christy Korth says, who's a nurse. When New York State Department of Health calls you and you do this, stand up. They called her. Person says, is this a parent or guardian of Carly North? She says, Joe's Pizza Shack, can I help you? Person hangs up. They call back 6 more times. Finally, I answered, New York State Department of Health. Is this Christy Korth speaking? Is this the mother of Carly? Last time I checked, yes, she came out of my vagina. Can I help you? Your child was exposed to COVID. And she has to be quarantined for 10 days. She says, for an illness she doesn't have, do you have herpes? Department of Health. What? Do you have herpes? That is also very contagious. I'd be careful of that. Maybe you were exposed. Have you sat on a questionable toilet seat? Do you frequently fornicate with prostitutes? Can you communists please stop calling me? You can call her father. Talk to him. He is fun. I'm not a communist. Look up definition of communism. And then they hung up. Oh my God.
I love that.
Oh my God.
That is hilarious.
Christy, that's amazing.
Good job, Christy.
Oh my God, that's amazing. Holy cow.
Don't mess with Christy.
No. And
Don't
Merry
mess
Christmas.
with kids.
Merry Christmas from the White House. Wishing you a winter of severe illness and death this holiday season.
Nothing says I love you like that.
Oh my God.
I'm taking the over. I'm gonna make it through the Christmas season. Okay, Dave. I'm doing it.
Well, I'm just glad that we are still pure-blooded.
Pure bloods unite.
Pure bloods unite. I'm thinking that's going to be my new Twitter name, because I gotta get a new Twitter account. Have you thought about going back and just to have fun with them?
I did.
Yeah, and
They actually let me back on, but I don't want to talk about it on the show.
okay. You don't want me ruining your account again?
You'll get me busted, Dave.
It's all your fault.
I'm not going to talk about it. I take the fifth.
Merry Christmas to all. May the peace and blessings of Christmas be yours, and may the coming year be filled with happiness. Lights, camera, bullshit. You must trust the science. You know you have a cock, right?
Oh my God, I didn't see that one.
Oh, I didn't see that one coming either. Oh my God. I can't believe Rand Paul said that. Oh my God. Can we get it? Can you imagine if that was actually a video? Normal people, stay away from discussing polarizing topics this holiday season by talking about neutral topics like movies and the weather. Me this holiday season. two red pills. Oh my God. Oh my God. Grope, dope, nope, hope, soap, idiot. Charlie Daniels, the news is not about news anymore. It's about protecting some people, destroying others, and shoving a socialist agenda down the collective throats of America. Rest in peace, Charlie Daniels. You were amazing.
Yeah.
Unvaccinated Border Patrol agents are being fired, while unvaccinated illegal immigrants are welcomed into the country.
Yeah, let that sit in for a minute, people.
Are you waking up, people? When you see things like this, since we're redefining everything, this is a cordless hole puncher. Oh my God. Oh my God, that's great. Oh, Christy, these are good. Oh my God. Oh wow. This was The Guardian, The Mirror, Daily. This is all London, England. Get boosted now, get boosted now, get boosted now on every single cover. I showed you this last night. BlackRock investing for a new world, as in a new world order, owns all the major pharmaceuticals, defense companies, and mainstream media. Yeah. Oh my gosh, that was good stuff. Well, my friends, what do you say we call it?
Let's call it. I think we end on a laugh, Dave.
Yeah, that was great. That was fantastic. Who do we have that we want to pray for, Cindy?
I'd like to pray for Nancy, and I've heard from her, and she said, please thank all the Sneds for the love and the well wishes and prayers.
Awesome.
She's got some stuff.
Can you run Healy on her, please?
I have already done it.
Thank you, because Amy's been out all day, and she hasn't been taking her Healy with her because she's afraid she's going to leave it somewhere because she's done that before.
Yeah, I've done that before too.
It's easy to do.
Which, by the way, I highly recommend you get a travel case. That has helped that from happening for me.
Even Todd can keep it together with the travel case.
Yeah,
that should be the commercial.
$20 for a $2,000 investment. It's worth it.
So good stuff, man. This is So
pray for me.
Yeah.
Gotta have Christmas around a table with my mom. I love that. But maybe it's pray for my brother, because he has to be around all of us that are going to be red pilling.
Good.
Oh yeah,
Good.
We outnumber him.
Yeah, outnumber him.
That's
He's going to be running for the door early.
That's a good thing. You need that. It's I hope that we were able to connect with our loved ones in a way that's powerful and yet meaningful. Excuse me. And and just get to the heart of things without breaking the heart of another.
Yeah. Well, and above all, enjoy your family, even if you disagree. You got to get through it.
Life's short,
Eventually, they're not going to have any other option but to come back and say, "Oh man, I can't believe that," because it's coming out.
And maybe they won't, But either way, we just gotta still stick together and love one another.
Well, you're not getting me to change.
Yeah.
There's no going back once you're awake.
Yeah, no kidding.
Julie Entrican said that her daughter was involved in a car wreck. Is okay, but late getting home. Her car was totaled. Had all of her kids and my youngest. So.
Wow, we know what that's like.
Yeah, we sure do. Prayers for her and everyone.
Well, you guys, this is Amber Taylor dropping a couple ideas for the INdoctriNATION Truthcast. Also looking for Truthcast Media, which is going to be kind of the parent of, multiple shows. I could see a, Tuesdays with Tesla. I could see, some different options of things that we're going to do with the new network, and have some fun with it, and some, So we're gonna have some fun.
I'm going to be completely useless after this is over, though, Dave. I'm going to have to come up with some other shtick.
Well, maybe you ought to work on your humor then.
I have been working on that. I think I've got it polished to a fine. It's finally honed now.
Yes, yes.
I only had to explain one of my jokes today.
Is that right?
It was not to me.
No. I made a joke in the chat, and somebody, I'm not going to mention them because I don't want to embarrass them, but they didn't get it. And so, but I connected with them. I said, hey, it was my poor attempt at humor. So
yeah.
Don't be mad at me. Hey, Kim Martin said, pray for Robin, Dave. She's in the hospital on a vent. Family has no clue asleep.
Oh, my God.
Well, we just pray for everyone. I mean, there's a lot of
who's in the hospital?
That's Kim Martin. She said, pray for Robin.
Okay.
Well, we don't know. On Robin, but we're praying for her. Of course, we're praying for baby Grace too, as always.
Yeah, all of our regulars.
Baby Molly.
Do you guys mind starting off the prayer, and then I'll jump in and we'll finish
it? How about Todd? Todd hasn't done a prayer for a while.
Todd's got a very, very tired brain.
That's a great idea, Cindy.
I love hearing Todd do a prayer because I don't hear it that often.
I have a personal connection with my creator, and we like to talk in private.
Okay, so here's your turn.
So I'm going to remain that way. He won't be able to pressure me. And Ada, you're just keep it under 1,000 words, and we're fine.
And then you can hand it off to me. How about that, Cindy?
Otherwise, why are you here? You're the best prayer.
God, I am going to forget you said that.
And
Lord,
Anthesard,
please forgive him, Lord, because he knows not what he says.
See, the comment's still there. I got it.
And son Jeremy is still sick. Yeah, and Jovan Pulitzer was attacked supposedly. Yeah. So you want to jump in, Cindy, and then I'll take it from there.
Sure.
Thank you.
Heavenly Father, we come to you this night, and we're asking for prayers for Nancy Sutherland, for all those, for Robin, and everyone that is hurting at this time, for those that have lost their spouses, for Rainbow. We pray for her as she lost her cat. I believe his name was Herbert. Hubert. Please give her comfort. As we know, pets are family too. And for everyone that is battling diseases and cancer and every other bad disease that's out there, please bring some type of a cure to those, and please guide the doctors in finding out how to fix or treat baby Grace. And we ask, Father, that you bless our country, you bless Dave and his family, and Wally and his brother, and every Sned that's listening to this. We pray that you give them the comfort of knowing that better times are ahead. Also, for those of us that are having family Christmases, please give us the words to say or to not say in order to help keep peace through this holiday season. And for those that are fighting the fight, for the military that are out there and spending time away from their families selflessly, please let them know and keep them safe and let them know how much they're appreciated. And we ask that you please bring better times to all of us in 2022, health-wise, financial-wise, family-wise, relationship-wise, whatever the situation may be that people are praying for. We believe and trust that better times are ahead of us, and we are going to keep holding on and keep having faith. And every day when it gets too hard, we're going to look at those footprints in the sand and know that you're going to be carrying us, Lord. So with that, Dave, I'm going to turn it over to you.
Thank you, Lord, for bringing us all together this evening. Thank you for Todd and Cindy, and bless their family and all the families in this community that have come together to try to make sense of the world, try to make sense of the things around us that are very different than what we had imagined. And thank you for help in awakening our eyes to the realities of the world and the camaraderie and the community to help get us through the realities. And we ask you to watch over me and my family and my health, and my blood and my body, and also my dad and my brother, and all the Sneds that just make this worthwhile, and all the people that have supported us, donated, and continue to share this good word. And we ask you to watch over all of us as we have a beautiful time celebrating the birth of the Lord Jesus Christ, and celebrate our family and our traditions and our communities. And all those who are sick and having difficulty, we ask you to watch over those that have been intentionally affected, and those who have gotten sick And we ask you to bless all of those beautiful people that are a part of this this awakening of humanity. In Jesus' name we pray, thy will be done. Amen.
Amen.
Amen, brother.
Yes, and Nancy, get better. You got this. We love you. We
love you.
Yeah. All right, my friends. Thank you, Rick. As always, such a great show. Merry Christmas to you, Dave, along with his family and all my fellow Sneds. Merry Christmas. May there be friends, family, and be held together tightly this holiday season. Folks, if you want to check out that holiday, that Christmas party, go check out Carolyn Munden. And yes, Julie, I'm going to miss you all through my evenings. You're a part of my life. I love you all. Merry blessed Christmas. Folks, I'm going to be dropping some videos, and I'll be dropping them as live so you can get together and chat. I think you'll enjoy some of them. But I want to get a couple of those out so that you'll have just something to hang out around. But please do yourselves a favor and separate from that which makes you frustrated and angry, and embrace that which brings you joy. And it's all going to be fine. We just got to stay safe in the process, but we'll make it work. We're a part of this solution, and we'll continue to be, especially when we take time to enrich our lives. Very, very, very much. So much love to you all. Todd, Cindy, Merry Christmas. I'm sure
Much love to you, Dave, and
Merry
Amy
Christmas,
and
brother.
Annie.
Hey, Sneds, I'd like to thank you guys for all the personal gifts of, even comments and cards and
hot sauce.
And oh my gosh, just all the little gifts and the cards and the well wishes are greatly appreciated.
Wonderful.
Thank you very much.
Wonderful, wonderful. Thank you so much, everybody. We love you, and we'll see you when we return after Christmas. And hopefully we'll have a bunch of fun stories to share with everybody.
Yeah, absolutely.
Merry Christmas.
And maybe we'll all have a bunch of zeros in our bank. Not zeros. I mean extra zeros.
I'm already there.
I know.
Way to aim high, Cindy. Hey,
a
Todd.
bunch of zeros added to what we have in our account.
Todd, now we know the problem.
There
it is.
We just heard her wishes.
Problem solved. I got the account to all zeros again, Todd.
I did it, babe.
All my wishes coming true.
Yeah.
Oh my goodness.
Aim high, baby. Aim high.
Oh wow.
Well, hey, we brought a little laughter to the end of the show, right?
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah.
Anyway, we love you all.
All right. Love you all. Good night. Good night. Be well, Sneds. Love you much. Be well.
Love you.